Hello, my name is Jason, and welcome back to I Have a Story. This is hopefully it'll be the toughest video I'll ever have to make. The only thing that could ever be tougher to make than this is going to be if we lose another child. I don't want to lose my children. I don't want them to die. And one of them already has. I'm trying to stop all of this. And this video right here, God, I've spent weeks trying to do it. I mean, this is the 10th time I've made this video right here alone. But I'm plagued with my own physical disabilities, and I'm plagued with all these electronics that don't work right. But I'm not stopping. Every hurdle that gets thrown in my path, I'm putting on my Olympic shoes and I'm jumping them. Part of why I'm making this video, because I want to teach other people that and help other people to be stronger like that. Life throws obstacles at you. Don't give up. Especially when this is the most important battle of my life right here, and I'm asking you please watch this and support me. I'm going to prove today my case, two of them, against a court system that is completely 100% biased, and against a mentally ill woman who has a complete lifelong documented history of abusing men, verbally, physically, cheating on every husband she's had. She's 44 years old. Her third divorce was filed because of exactly this, and it's all completely documented. Abusing children, verbally, physically, mentally, harming them. I'm proving it all here today. I'm asking you please, if you can watch Law and Order for an hour, please watch Real Life right here. Please help support a man who is an innocent victim who has been demonized and scrutinized by a system who don't care and allow children to be abused and continue today to be abused. But they claim they care so much about kids, and that's what this is all about. The children, right? It's what it's supposed to be about, but it's not what they're about. I'm going to be doing another video just on this court system, because what I've seen over 13, 14, 15 years has just been absolutely unreal and insane. And it's so well known. I tried seeking an attorney outside of this court system. I went all over to every major city, from Detroit to Ann Arbor to Toledo, and not a single attorney would step foot in that system because they all know it. Even one attorney said, that's mini Czechoslovakia. Laws and rules don't exist there, and we're not watching good people go down and children suffer because that court system don't care. It is so well known. I even took the case to the state of Michigan Lansing office. I have a whole box full of evidence and a whole compilation of misconduct by this court above and beyond just what's in the court transcripts. I sent them to the state of Michigan to file a complaint. The first words out of the woman's mouth who investigated that case, her first words were, is that judge there smoking crack? Does the judge there know the law? Followed by, does anybody in that court system know the law? But instead of doing her job and stopping it, which is her job, not just to sit there and validate it, she didn't. This whole entire court system is part of what destroyed my marriage, my family, all of it. But yet they get away with it and allow children to be abused. I went into that court system with a previous case where my older son was being verbally and physically abused, drugged against doctor's orders, going everything against. I recorded even doctors yelling at his mother that she needs to stop doing this stuff because his heart condition is that severe. But she didn't. I proved abuse over and over, alienation. And when I presented it to the judge and filed in court over it, I had my rights taken away because I could prove the abuse. And they took my son away from me because I could prove he was being abused, alienated, and everything. God, when you listen to that story, and what I'm going to present in that case, your jaw's going to hit the floor and you're not going to believe it. Police who come into my house and illegally, wrongfully take my son and remove him from my house, which is illegal, and I have it all. I have it recorded even with the court system the very next morning, and they said there was no court order. They had no right to do that. It's illegal. They cannot come in my house and take my kid. But they did it anyway. And he watched it over years, and what all that did to him, I'm going to be sharing with you in the future because it's been horrible. I don't want any more of my children to die, to turn to drugs, alcohol. In his mom's side of the family, heroin, cocaine, alcoholism, it's all there. Prostitution, all of it. Girls flashing their vaginas right in the middle of Christmas, right in the living room in front of everybody, open up their skirts with nothing underneath and showing their... She kept me from her family, and that's why. Until she quit taking her birth control and got pregnant on purpose. I tried getting away from that woman over and over, and she stalked me. And then I got back with her at one time, stupidity on me. And then she quit taking her birth control behind my back and got pregnant on purpose so that she couldn't lose me again. Put another kid in the middle of it. And I'm going to be showing you just how harmful that's been to that child and damaging. I'm sorry if I'm kind of mumbly. I had a severely infected tooth, and I just had it pulled last week, and I'm still swollen and sore, and dentist said I may have permanent nerve damage to my face because I'm too busy fighting all these other battles and not taking care of myself. But I gotta fight. I gotta stand up and fight. Two of my all-time favorite movies, and they're a series, and it's rare that a movie series gets better over time. One of which is my number one first all-time favorite movie is Lethal Weapons. My second is Rocky. I'm going to play a section of that movie here, and these words have been very encouraging to me and keep me strong. And I'm hoping they do the same to you, too.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
So here I'm going to present my case with the evidence. I can undeniably prove that not only was she falsifying all these court documents claiming I was the abuser, I recorded the specific incidences where she specifically claimed I was abusing her and the kids, and you're about to hear it. I played it for the judge. Judge didn't want to hear it. I provided 118 documents that proved that she was falsifying court documents and the one who was abusing our children, abusing me. Judge said he didn't want to hear it. In closing, he even asked her, "Do you have any evidence?" And she said no. I had a horrible attorney that did not present the case one bit. Part of how I know is I gave him 118 documents. How many did the judge get? 118. I don't even think he ever even looked at it, let alone presented it. I called a recess in the middle of the court because all my attorney did was stand up and say, he's not going to hurt her. That's all he did. One, I don't understand. A piece of paper does not stop a mentally ill person from hurting other people. I mean, I don't quite even understand why we have to have a piece of paper. But this piece of paper not only provably wrongfully took my rights away from me as an American citizen, as a constitutional American citizen. The things I've done and I do for my community is above and beyond what anybody else you'll ever hear. I put my life out on the line protecting abused women, abused children, even made a name for myself doing so, and had the animal shelter contact me down there and asked me to help them rescue animals because they were too scared to go into these situations and do it, and they heard that I will. I've almost lost my life and almost died over protecting abused women and children. Have people come to me, hey, my sister's being abused by her husband or her boyfriend or whatever, and I need help. Now, our systems are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be helping these people. Not me, but they don't do their job. Something I'm here to stand up and fight. The number one place that this all starts is in the system. And that's not but common sense. Children learn from the environment they're raised in. And my oldest son at 10 years old asked me, Dad, I know what mom's doing is wrong, so why is the court and the police siding with her? How do you explain that as a 10-year-old to a 10-year-old boy? I mean, one, you're not supposed to say anything bad, right? But can you tell him the truth? I don't know. I didn't know what to tell him, and I didn't. But now he's been so mind-twisted, and we wonder what's wrong with these kids today. I'm not here just pro-man. I'm here pro-children. My rights have been severely taken away from me just for being a man, and I'm told I'm not supposed to be sexist, I'm not supposed to be racist, but yet I've been treated with it my entire life. And I'm going to be sharing with you how I was denied jobs because I'm a white man and they told me right to my face. But I'm not allowed to say that, and I don't, because it is wrong. But it shouldn't be treated, I should not be treated like that as well. And my children should not be abused severely and withheld from the parent who loved them and took care of them. And you're going to hear it in these recordings. Who are those kids wrapped around every single time they're around me? Ask anybody. Anybody. Church, our neighborhood, those kids are one on each leg, 24/7, wrapped around me. And you will hear that in this protection order, she claims I'm abusing her and the kids are scared of me, and she's scared of me. I'm going to prove it right here that it's the complete 100% opposite, and that a court system supported that. They don't care about the kids. And that's what they're all supposed to be there about, is about the kids, right? That's not what it's about. I don't know if they're just lazy and don't want to. I couldn't imagine being a judge and just sitting there listening to two people bicker day in and day out every day. That's gotta drive you mentally up a wall. I couldn't imagine it. So I don't know if they just close their ears and at the end just say, "Hey, woman right, bad, dad bad. Take the easy way out." But in the end, who suffers? We take and punish the victims who have been abused. We take and punish the children and keep them in that situation. That's the way this system works. And if you're a man and you can prove it, we'll take your rights away. Who cares about the kids? I'm going to be following this video with two more. Again, it's going to be proving my case. These three videos are going to be totally proving my case. One is going to be the divorce, and I'm going to show in that video how my children are still being abused today. How they're being alienated, withheld, and that the court systems don't care. Severely abused and alienated and withheld. And the court systems don't care. I'm also going to be showing you how I had an attorney who he lost my whole entire case before he ever even started on it. I filed with the attorney grievance committee, even filed during the divorce trial to get a new attorney, and I was denied the right, and so did my counselor. They refused to talk to her anymore because she is a professional and she knows, and she was one to try to stop it, and they don't want to stop it. So I filed with the attorney grievance committee. Not only can I prove undeniably that this attorney lied to me, crossed the lines of attorney morale, and lied to the attorney grievance committee, I have these specific conversations recorded that he stated that what he stated was a lie. They told me nothing to see here. So I ask, is the only way I prove a case with the attorney grievance committee against an attorney is if his body fluid ends up on my skirt? Is that the only thing that constitutes as an attorney, as a grievance? That's not what the law says. But in our state, it doesn't seem like laws exist anymore. I mean, that's why we have chaos. That's the whole purpose of laws and rules and order, right? Is so that we don't have chaos. And all that, I've seen so many men lose their mind in the same position that I'm in. I don't want to lose my mind. I'm here to fight and stand up and fight, and I'm asking for your help and support. And today, I'm going to prove it all to you right here. The second video I'm going to make after this is going to be about what this does to children. Just in her family, my ex-wife, and my family alone proves it. Drug addicts, drug dealers, sexual misconduct, 16-year-old girl out having sex with overage men that she's meeting online, very dangerous men, one who just got out of prison. That's how we got bed bugs in our house, because it came from his house. A nice, wonderful man that was. My ex-wife's daughter couldn't turn to her mom or her dad from this. She came to me, crying. And I'm the one who held her while I read the text messages he was sending her. The last one was, "Thanks for the pee, B." I'm keeping that short, and hopefully adults will know what that means. I'm trying to keep this channel clean. That's wrong. You don't say that to a 16-year-old girl, especially when you're an adult man. And as a girl, she should have known better than to put herself in that situation anyways. But when she watched her mom do it, and she watched her mom do it, I mean, this has been an all complete trickle-down effect. I can prove a lifelong documented history of my ex-wife and my children's mother being diagnosed with severe mental illness. I can prove her having affairs on every husband she has, physically and verbally abusing him, verbally and physically and mentally abusing her children, one of which just committed suicide in the past year. I don't want that to be our children. I'm asking you to help me. Please stand up and fight. I can prove my case undeniably. No a professional who has looked at the evidence I have has ever seen anything close to it. But yet I had an attorney who didn't want to use it because he didn't want to go against her. He wanted the easy way out too. Because that's, when you're an attorney, you don't have the backbone to stand up and do your job. You shouldn't be an attorney. That's part of being an attorney. You have to fight this difficult stuff. Especially when you're talking about abused people and victims and children. That's not easy for anybody. But as an attorney, it's your job to protect all those people, and you're getting paid huge money to do it, and you don't. And I'm going to be doing a video just about attorneys and what I've seen. It's been absolute insanity. But yet they're the professionals, and they're the ones who are right, and that's what gets taken for word? No. I'm going to prove it here on these videos. No, it's not. I want to know how over years I turned to every single entity that I can find that I'm supposed to turn to as a victim, and nobody would help me. Nobody. But then a woman can go through my phone and see I'm seeking help and turn around and make up whatever story she wants. And that's what everybody takes to faith, right? Well, I'm here to prove it to you today, and I'm asking you to help me stand up and fight for my rights as a victim, a man who's been abused for years. Watched my children be abused for years, and you're going to hear it right here today. I'm going to prove it to you. People want to be down on me because I recorded this stuff. Well, one, I was told specifically by professionals, you better document your situation specifically because as a man, you're going to be screwed. They all know it. We all know it. And this is wrong. Because in the end, the children are suffering. And then we got victims who are turning to drugs and alcohol and violence and losing their minds over it. And we're creating a society of chaos through the process. And we wonder what's wrong with the kids. On top of my tooth, I have a vertebrae out in my neck. I've got spine problems, and it's been plaguing me, and I'm trying to do the best I can. So I'm asking you, please stick through this. So following this, there's going to be 2 more videos, and I ask you to watch those. If you can watch Law and Order for an hour, you can sit and watch this. And I'm asking you, this is real life, and this is serious and severe, and about children, about systems, about abuse. And a man who's trying to stand up and fight for his rights and his kids. I've been totally plagued with these electronics and my physical problems, and it's part of what I'm here today. No matter how many obstacles you throw in my way, I'm going to keep jumping them, and I'm going to keep going forward. So I'm going to ask you, please watch this video. Please help support me and fight. I'm leaving a link in the description below for a GoFundMe page because I'm trying to raise the money to help fight and get back on my feet. But I'm also going to leave a link to another channel in which I'm trying to earn money and get back on my feet in another way. I hate asking for help. I'm the person who helps everybody else and doesn't help myself. There's never been a more important time in my life that I needed help than right now. I'm going to show it to you here today. So my other channel is called Watch Win Reviews, and I was gifted. I mean, my life has been plagued with curses, but I've also been very blessed in many ways. I was very blessed to get the opportunity to become a product tester. So instead of just getting my toys and playing with them, I decided I need to make a career and I need to earn money. So I'm making I have a website, or I have a YouTube channel now called Watch Win Reviews. I'll leave a link in the description below. I'm going to be reviewing products that I received from this test product site, and then I'm going to be raffling them off for you to win. I want to share this with everybody. I'm not a selfish, I'm the least selfish person you will probably ever meet. My neighborhood, my community, I have people who are in need. You got a kid who's got a birthday and you can't afford a present? Well, here, look, I got, my kids' beds are mounded in presents. But I can't give them to them. And you're even going to go back, find the recording where on my daughter's birthday I was denied the right. I have not talked to my kids on their birthday in 2 years now. I've missed 4 birthdays between 2 kids. And I have their mother recorded telling their kids that it's my fault and I don't want to give them presents, even though I got a court order saying I can't mail anything to that house, which is in this protection order right here. I'm not allowed to mail anything to that house. Everything I did mail to that house prior to that protection order, I have my kids recorded telling me that their mom smashed it and broke it and threw it all away. But yeah, she's going to sit in front of my daughter on her, oh, this is a couple days after her birthday, because I was not allowed to talk to her on her birthday. Kids are too busy. They can't talk to you on their birthdays. But she's going to tell my daughter I refuse to give her a present. I even got treated like a criminal through all this, even though I spent years being a victim of abuse and watching my children being abused. My attorney let me be treated as the criminal, so I have to do court-ordered parenting time in front of a counselor, which I cannot now afford to do because my attorney lied to me and told me I was getting the money to be through child support to pay for all this. I have it all recorded. He lied outright to me and to everybody else. I can undeniably prove it. Professional witnesses who sat and listened to these and documented it, and the fact that I recorded it. But apparently evidence in the state doesn't mean anything. It's a matter of who you are and what you have to say. That's what matters, right? And we wonder why we're in such a state of chaos.
You know that. It's not what you know, Clyde. It's what you can prove in court.
It's not but simple common sense. So here I'm going to prove my case to you. There's 2 cases here I'm going to prove. The court system and this woman. My next video I'm going to prove more about the abuse and alienation that is taking place today. I'm supposed to have my kids right now and I still don't because she's keeping them from me and her attorney is helping her. Part of the problem I have, attorneys, money over morals. You will say me say this over and over. I hate money. It's a necessarily evil that we need it. But this woman, she sat and yelled over the evidence in court, didn't allow me to talk, didn't allow me to present it, because all she cares about is getting a pat on the back and filling her bank account. She don't give one caboodle about those children and what they have to suffer from, about right, wrong, morals, none of it. All she cares about is getting paid. She'll face the Lord with that one day herself, because that is wrong. At least let me present my case. But that's not what happened, and she even lied in court, saying I said things I didn't say, and the judge allowed it, and so did my attorney. So I'm gonna get started here with this. I gotta go take a break. I can't just sit here and do this straight through with the physical problems I have. I can't sit for long periods of time. It's why you see me leaning back in this chair a lot. I cannot keep my body arched in my abdomen. I have more severe damage in my body than doctors claim they have ever seen in their entire history. If I sit here for too long, I get cramps, I get pain, I start peeing blood, I start pooping blood, and it's all documented. It's happened in doctors' offices. That's all, but it's being used against me too. Just because I have physical disabilities does not mean I can't be the most amazing parent you've ever seen. And I promise you, you get my kids, I will be. Ask everybody around me, every single one of them. They come up and pat me on the back and tell me how wonderful of a dad I am and how great I am with my kids and everything that I've done. And you're going to hear in these recordings, these kids are glued to me. Mommy's bad, mommy's mean, mommy this, mommy that, daddy, I love you. For a year and a half, those kids have been withheld from me and trapped in this abusive situation, allowing to be abused. And what does this do to a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old? I mean, my children aren't 16 anymore. These are little children. I'm here to prove my case to you, and I'm asking you, please help me fight this. Because this is terribly wrong, and I'm not going through it again the way I did it before. But I didn't have the power of the internet 15 years ago and social media to get my story out there. Instead, I sat and did drugs and destroyed my life because I was in such emotional state of mind. I proved my case that my child was being abused, and you took my rights away from me. Who does that? Isn't that 100% the opposite of what a court system does? They're supposed to do 110% opposite, but they care so much about the kids, right? And instead, I'm going to be sharing even other cases outside of my own in my video on this courthouse, because of what it did to kids is just unreal, unbelievable. There is good and bad in everything. Man, woman, doesn't matter the color of your skin. There are good and bad people in all of it. And to just say you're bad because you're a man, that's bias. That is sexual bias. Bias is 100% illegal in court, but not in this court. So I'm asking you, please help me stand up and fight against all this and all the innocent victims and children out there who are suffering through it all. Please help me. Watch this video, because here it comes. Okay, so I'm back. I can't, with the vision damage that I have, and there's times when I can read things and times that I can't, and my eyes go in and out. I've spent weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and crying over trying to get this video made. I right now, I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to read, and I might just put her claims in the protection order on the screen for you to read. I already know what most of them are, but I'm going to be presenting the evidence. She claims that I don't ever I put our children in front of a television 24/7. God, that couldn't be more of a provable lie, and provable that she is the one who does that. I've taken my kids to zoos over and over. Train museum. I mean, I go and look for playgrounds and new playgrounds. It's one of my goals, and you can follow me on my Google Maps and see how many playgrounds I take my children to. You will even hear it right here in these recordings. Constantly, Daddy, let's go to the playground. All right, guys, let's go to the playground. You're going to hear it because it's right here in her abuse of what I'm proving for her abuse. So, here's a picture when I took my kids to the zoo, and I took this picture and sent it to her because I want to. She can't be there. I was the stay-at-home dad. She was the one who worked. Part of what makes these conversations you're going to hear so confusing. God, I get a job and she don't want me working, and then I have these physical problems. She's so scared about me getting hurt and dying and all this other stuff, and then wants to use it against me that I'm filing for disability and interfered with my disability case, which I'm going to show you right here in this video. Again, at the end, I should stick around to the end. I'm going to show what happens when a judge allows the criminal to get away with it and continue criminal acts. I'm going to show it at the end here. The very following week after the judge did that, she was committing felonies against me even the following week. Again, I feel like this whole system just wants to push me over the edge, watch me blow up, and then take it out on me and blame me for all of it. That's not happening. I'll start out here in her protection order that she claims that I'm the one who yells and cusses at her and the kids, and I'm the one who's doing those activities. It even states throughout this protection order specific dates, which I have recorded. They're all time and date stamped. The specific instances and even the 911 calls that will validate my recordings to be true. Now, one of her claims was a specific day that she claims I was the one abusing her and the children. And again, you're going to see throughout this protection order, she even contradicts herself throughout this protection order. She states she's so scared of me and I'm the abusive one, but it states right in here that when we got into an argument and I tried to walk out the door to walk away, and you're going to hear this in the recordings, I walk away. She doesn't. She even tells me she doesn't know how to walk away, and she can't allow me to walk away. You're going to hear it right here. We talk about her mental disorders, the abuse, all of it is going to come out today. God, this is so emotional. So I'm going to be playing these recordings. Specific day that she claims I was the one abusing her and the children, and this is a very, very relevant recording. Part of why I want to start with this one. I don't know. All I can say is just listen.
Was madder. This time she was even madder.
You want to swing, baby girl?
Why do we have to have a mattress sitting out here? Why don't we put the mattress back where it belongs, in the garbage bin?
How many times do I have to go through it? I'll let it dry out
so... Why do we have a mattress just sitting here?
So it can dry out and burn.
Why do we have to have all of your... This is like the garage on my house. All over the place.
Deal with it.
That's what you tell me.
No, that wasn't right of me. But you can only take so much abuse, and after years of it, I'm ready to blow up. I mean, I don't know what to do.
Come on, you guys. Come on, baby. You want to go to that park again?
Yeah, because
pulling on me, pulling on her. Stop it! What is wrong with you? Yes, I am. I'm your kids. You sure don't treat them like this.
Really? I'm the one who takes care of everything all day long.
Stop pushing me!
You're doing this.
No, that's me. I'm trying to get stuff done around here. Why don't you try not knowing what to do?
Because you make messes like this.
Because the zipper broke? I'm not even the one who put that there. You are. Go ahead. I heard you.
You don't take my kids in a car with no car seat.
You don't take them when you're in violent, angry rages.
I'm not going anywhere.
You just
I'm
tried.
doing laundry
You do it all the time.
all the time. I think I've done it once. If you need to go somewhere, go somewhere. But you leave those kids
Still
here.
need to sit here and go through this.
Well, leave.
They're the ones crying and having nightmares
They're
over
not
it.
crying. Leave.
She was just crying.
Leave.
Stop pushing me. Stop pushing me. Stop pushing me.
Fucking hit me right now.
That right there, you just heard her tell me, I need to effing hit her right now. Does that sound like a woman who is scared of her abusive husband? Does that sound like I'm the one abusing her? She's the one pushing me. She's the one hitting me. She's the one trying to rip my daughter out of my arms.
Come on, pull. Stop pushing me. Stop it.
You stop it.
Stop what? Being attacked? Watching my kids be attacked?
I'm not attacking anybody.
You're grabbing me, you're pulling me, you're pushing me. You slammed me in the truck.
I did not slam you in
You
the
did
truck,
too,
liar.
trying to get my phone. Why does my stomach hurt right
You
now? when
just
you
threw
tried
me
to...
on the fucking ground.
You were not on the ground, you never touched the ground.
I'll talk to you. You know what you're doing? Calling the police? Call them. I'm gonna tell them what you just did to me.
I have it all video.
So now I didn't realize that my phone cuts out when I call 911. You'll hear it again in another video where she's doing the same exact thing. My daughter's in my arms this entire time. In that 911 call, if anybody will pull it, she is throwing rocks at me and the kids, handfuls of them, out of the driveway because she cares so much about the safety of her children, right? If you listen to the rest of this recording, you will hear where I finally get out of the driveway and I hang up with 911, and I had to pull over on the side of the road to put my children's seatbelts on them because I could not safely do it in the driveway. You can't have a kid lose their eye because mom's throwing rocks at them. That is child abuse, child endangerment. It's an abuse on me, and then abuse on the system to go out and try to claim that I was the one abusing her. Does that sound like I'm abusing her? Does an abusive woman, a woman who's been abused so much, does she get in her husband's face while he's holding their 2-year-old daughter and say, I need to effing hit her? No, it's not. I played this for the court even though her attorney screamed over it the whole time. The judge still didn't care. I was still found guilty. That's wrong. Again, anything above evidence and accusation is bias. I was not hurting her. I was trying to get my kids out of here safely. I was trying to get out of here safely before it escalated to anything worse than what it already was. This all started because her kids were supposed to be coming for Mother's Day. Her oldest son told her he wasn't coming. He didn't want to come. He quit coming to our house back before we moved here because he got tired of being abused by her. And she feels that. She knows it. And you will even hear in these recordings, she can't help herself. She can't control herself. But I'm the abusive monster who deserved my rights taken away and my children taken away from me, right? I sent her messages that day. I mean, these are all time and date stamped along with the recordings and the 911 call, where I'm trying to give her peace of mind, telling her I love her, just be at peace and relax. I'm taking the kids and getting away and just doing what the officer told me to do. What did I get in return? Instead of return, I get a response from her that says I'm gonna pay it back on Father's Day because I'm supposedly ruining her Mother's Day by getting hit and threatened and watching my children go through it and trying to seek help and get my kids out of here safely, and that's ruining her Mother's Day. So now she's ruined my past 2 Father's Days over this. And this is what started it all, was her son wasn't coming, so she took it out on the rest of us. Not only can I prove that I'm not the aggressor, I mean, here's a message that her mother sent both of us. And this even states right in the message from her mother. Her mother knows it. Her daughter is the aggressor, and I'm the quiet one. I'm the one who avoids contact. I'm the one who avoids conversation. And in part, you're going to hear it right in these recordings because you can't make sense out of something that doesn't make sense, and she doesn't want to hear it. She admits to abusing me verbally and physically and our children, but that's not the problem with our marriage. That's not the problem with our son and his anger issues and his explosiveness and all the problems he's having mentally. She admits to all of this in these recordings. You're going to hear it. But that's not the problem with our family, our children, or any of it. All she wants to do is blame everybody and everything else. Just like with her mental disorder. You're going to see here in text messages where she blames it on everything else. Her drug abuse problems, her anger problems. Here she blames it from weaning from breastfeeding our children. Here she questions whether COVID affected her mental illness or not. She blames it on being hormonal, and I'm trying to be understanding and concerning and caring and trying to care for her. She blames it on premenopause, menopause. I mean, this is over years. All her anger and abusiveness, and she keeps blaming other things for it. You see here, I ask her, what can I do to help? Does it take time? Does she need something? And this is over years of just constantly blaming it on everything else, mistaking medications, not taking her pills right. She even, when our daughter was only a few months old, I had just had surgery. I had a stockpile of pills. I'd been in pain management for many years because of my physical disabilities and the pain that it causes me. And I learned over many years to put my medications away. I never took the full prescriptions that they gave me. I'm not a pill person, and I only took them as needed. So I had, over many, many years, put away 3 months worth of my pain medications I've had where insurance has changed, doctors move, and it takes months to try to get medications again. So, and my pain management doctor was great, and he understood that I was not a pill abuser. He saw it. Twice a year I wouldn't even fill a script, and I still was able to put away a month's worth in that year, if not more. So I have to edit this back in there because I start talking and so much is going through my head. And like I said, I've made this video 10 times now at least. So I kind of lose track of what I've already said, what I haven't said, and even getting stuck in emotion in what I need to say. So her mom, or my daughter's mom, when she was just a few months old, and there's ways I can prove this story. When she took all the, I had at least 3 months of pills put away. Norcos, morphine for my surgeries, tons of tizanidine because it didn't help me, and they kept giving it to me, and I just throw it in the safe. One day I went to check for my pills. I noticed my pill bottle getting low. She took me to a park and started crying to me. The kids fell asleep in the car. And she started crying to me that she took all my pills. Literally months worth of pain pills and muscle relaxers and even hardcore, morphine. She took months worth over about a 2-week time period and breastfed all that to my daughter. I reported this to my counselor, and he was, the stuff's in his notes, and he was talking to her, and she had gone, and I talked about how she went to a few of my appointments. She went in there, and it's in the documents about me reporting that, her admitting to still breastfeeding her daughter, and I guess he was getting to it, and that's when I walked away from him. But I have to edit this in there, but that's what this was about. When I was making the original video, I stopped talking about that and switched to another topic, and again, my head was really going. But that's what this was about the medications. Is my daughter was just a few months old. Her mother took months worth of pain pills and muscle relaxers while she was breastfeeding our daughter. And again, there's ways I could prove this to be a true story. And more beyond what I just said. She breastfed those to our daughter. You hear her talking in these recordings about she doesn't use those coping mechanisms anymore of drugs and alcohol and sexual misconduct. But yet she did it through our entire marriage. You're going to hear it here in these recordings with that. And again, I can prove that she did do that stuff through our marriage. So I have to edit this in there. That's I lost track of my thought process when I was talking about the medications, and that's what the point of that was. She took months worth of my pain pills and muscle relaxers and breastfed those to our daughter. Lack of control. And nobody will ever know what that may or may not will ever did anything to our daughter. That's one of the reasons you don't do things like that. One day she may develop something that nobody ever knew or thought and could even possibly correlate back to that. Nobody will ever know. Pray to God, nothing does. I would prove that I'm not a pill addict. Our daughter was only a few months old, and her mom went through this again, it's part of the disorder is the times of years that she goes through this, and it is medically documented. If a bipolar state of what do they call it? When they go into these bipolar states, if it lasts more than 2 weeks, it's considered absolutely severe. Like you need to be in a mental health facility. I can prove undeniably for her entire adult lifetime that this happens for approximately 6 to 8 months. It starts in September and it doesn't end till after April, May. And then I really don't know what to believe in how severe her mental illness is and really what she becomes. I mean, she's a different person throughout the entire year, part of where she's been professionally diagnosed as having multiple personality disorder. You go through all this evidence I have, and I can't tell everything that I have. She doesn't know everything that I have, and when it's time, and I hate to do it, it's got to be used then. But I have more than enough to prove my case here. When she ran off again last year, she does it every single year. It's part of the bipolar disorder. I didn't. Part of me making this channel, I have suffered from other people's mental illness for so long, and I'm trying to make sense of it all. I'm trying to share what I've learned with you and keep you from making the same mistakes that I did. I tried protecting her because that's what, when I said my vows, till death do us apart, I meant it. I was almost 40 years old when she asked me to get married and have kids. It was on my birthday. I remember exactly where we were at. We're in Hocking Hill, sitting in a cabin in front of the fireplace. And she asked me if I would get married and have children with her. She also asked me if she could come off of her bipolar meds, which when we met, she told me she was bipolar and she was on medication. And she knew, and she told me that I would agree with that because I wouldn't want those medications in my kids. As I just stated, I'm not a pill person. They're necessary for people, but they're way overdone in this country and overprescribed and too much used as a cushion and not helping people face their problems. Part of me making this channel is to face my problems and to help you face yours. I came up with the idea for this channel 3 years ago and was specifically supposed to be helping other people, but then it turned into where I need help, and now I'm here asking for help too. So, I mean, she sits here and blames her mental disorders on so many things. But then she also claimed in court that she was, again, with this protection order in this specific case that I'm bringing to you today, she states that she was diagnosed as no longer having mental illnesses. She is now cured and is no longer seeking treatment. I really want to know why are not, I mean, are they court systems educated on these mental disorders and know right and wrong? I mean, in this one, they may be, but I already know they don't care. They just do whatever they want. That's wrong. I'll put more of this protection order up here for you to read as we're going along. And she talks about where I slammed her car door and broke her latch. That's not at all what happened. She was leaving in one of her violent, angry rages again, ripped my daughter from my arms, physically ripped her from my arms so that she could run off with the kids. I went out and tried to open up the van door, and she put it in reverse, spun the tires, squawked them anyways, and as the car went backwards and I jumped out to try to avoid my feet getting run over, the door slammed. I mean, the car's moving. It's in motion. You don't do that when somebody's standing next to a car, but she doesn't have the sense. You're going to hear and hear about how I threw my son on the ground when I booty bumped him, and we laughed about it. He pushed his sister down. I went over and bumped him with my butt, knocked him down, and we laughed about it. And I told him, you don't do that. And you're going to hear over and over through these recordings, I laugh about these things, and I need to start hitting our children. Does this abused woman who's so scared of her husband tell her husband he needs to start hitting their kids? Well, you're about to hear it. If there was a neighbor that I ever threatened to shoot with a gun, please bring that person forward, because I guarantee you 110% you'll never find that person, because he does not exist. She, I don't even know who she, does it even say, I can't read this. I don't know if it's him or her. I can't read all this, and I don't know what all it says. I just remember enough to be able to prove her wrong. And not only prove her wrong, but prove it was the opposite. You just heard it in that one recording, and I've got about 5 more to play for you that just, it explains it all. Her and I talking about it, and her doing it. I need to take a break, so I'm going to play another recording here and get up and walk around. I can't sit. I'm getting pains and cramps. And playing these recordings allows me to get up and just walk around and let you listen. I'm having really struggle seeing right now, and I need to be able to get this out. And this is one where I tell her I don't want to talk about this in front of the children. These aren't the conversations you have in front of kids. But she wants to keep pushing and pushing. Again, a woman who's afraid of her abusive husband keeps pushing. I tell her I don't hit the kids. There I tell her hitting is never supposed to be an option. Through these recordings, you will hear me repeatedly ask her what I did, and she can't answer it.
Do you want to rehash the whole thing right now?
Not really in front of the kids. Not really in front of the kids, but you were the one who said you're wants to keep talking about it and telling me that I'm being quiet and I'm not communicating. So obviously we're going to talk about this in front of the kids.
I'm talking about strategizing. I'm not talking about rehashing.
Well, strategizing includes talking about what is wrong. I mean, you
Do you
can't.
understand the difference between strategizing and rehashing? Do you know what I'm asking about communication right now? I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about communicating on how to parent them. And us talking about what we should do, what we shouldn't do, what we agree on, what we don't agree on. Coming up with a plan on how to manage situations that he puts us into. I'm talking about that kind of conversation. I'm not talking about rehashing and throwing more daggers at each other. That doesn't make any sense. That solves nothing.
But it's what it takes.
That's part of why he acts out the way he does. So I think it is worth talking about.
You believe that he acts out because we're rehashing?
No, because of the slamming doors and yelling and being hit and things like that.
Okay, but you're not offering any solutions. All you're doing is going, you do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. You have zero solutions, zero strategy.
I think that not
Zero.
hitting him, not slamming doors, not acting out in anger
Until
ourselves.
you are willing to step up and be the father in this situation and actually take him by the horns and say, and back me up, one of us has to be the heavy. Period. Spare the rod, spoil the child. If you allow the child to walk all over you, and there is no measure of control, then you don't have a child that's going to listen at all. You look at it as your parents did beat you. You were an abused child. That's not this. Is that what you think?
I think you should never hit a kid.
Spanking is not an option? Are you serious? Do you see
No,
all the
spanking
kids
is not
out
an
there
option.
acting
That's why I
out?
have colon and bladder damage, because my parents spanked me.
They beat you. There's a difference.
Picking a kid up by his arm and hitting him as hard as you can is not beating your child. That's disciplining him out of anger.
So your strategy is no strategy. What is your strategy then?
Exactly what I do. I talk to him, I give him
No,
time
you
out.
don't. No, you don't.
Okay, like I said, then I'll sit here and just take it from you now.
You don't? Well, okay, so see, here we go. Again, not a conducive conversation, is it? When somebody turns around and goes, no, you, don't do that, you don't do
I didn't
that.
sit him on the picnic table and give him a timeout yesterday. I didn't sit there and explain to him afterwards what he did wrong and why we don't do that. But you just turn around and push it on me and tell me, no, I don't.
You don't.
Did I not do that
You
yesterday?
walk away.
Did I not do that yesterday?
I wasn't there.
Yes, you were.
When?
You were at the camper door, and you told him, go talk to your dad. And I sat him on the picnic table, gave him a timeout. Came back and said, this is what you did wrong and why we don't do that. You were there for the whole thing. You watched it.
No, I was in the camper making dinner when that happened. I was not there for the whole thing.
You were in the doorway watching me.
No,
I
I
watched
was
you. You were
in the camper with the door closed. I sent him outside and said, you talk to him about this. I went in and took care of the cat and was making dinner. I was not standing in the doorway of the camper in that situation. It was not. Again, is this conducive to us coming up with something that we agree with?
I don't know. I don't ever get to talk. All I'm ever told is I'm wrong, shut up. That didn't happen when it
I
did.
never say those words because I don't like that phrase. I have never said that to you. Those are words I do not use. I don't like those words.
No, but F me is better. You want me to
I haven't said that. When have I said that?
You just said it a couple of days ago when we went to Sault Ste. Marie. What was that, yesterday or the day
I did
before?
not say that.
Yes, you did.
Get out of the car. This is a waste of time. You don't know how to have a healthy dialogue. You want to just continue to bring up the past. I'm talking about...
This isn't the past. This was yesterday. The day before.
This is not a healthy dialogue. When you're ready to be an adult and have adult conversations about the best way that we can work through this as parents and adults, I will do that. Until then, I'm not going to sit here and rehash and finger point with you. It doesn't solve anything.
Again, you see who the kids are with. They're with me. They come to me. I take care of the kids. So I'm going to fast forward this to where our conversation picks back up.
You didn't want to hear what I had to say. But I'm the negative one here, right?
You can't sit and poke at people and accuse them of being a terrible parent and not have them think that's what you think. What do you think? Why don't you spit the words out of your mouth?
I already did.
What are your words?
When you look at a kid who is acting angry and violent, you look at the anger and violence he's been subject to.
Like what you do.
What did I do?
Own it.
What did I do?
You own yours because I have clearly stood up and owned mine.
You did?
For once in your life, will you just admit that you also have anger problems and have treated him in an angry way and treated me in an angry way, and that he sees that too, not just Will you own it?
How long
it still happens.
When?
Jason.
When was the last time it happened?
It still happens all
when?
the time. He put a dog collar in front of your face while you're sleeping, and you whip it across the room and yell, "Stop it!"
I didn't whip anything across the room.
Yeah, you did. You did. Own it. Say, I have a problem too.
I have a problem too. Are you happy?
Yes. Because every time you just want to point the finger at me, you refuse to also acknowledge your own problem.
Let me ask you something. Would you be angry if I sat and called you your dad's name and told you you're a worthless piece of shit like him?
You're bringing up history.
This just happened last week.
No, it didn't happen last week. It was last month.
No, it wasn't a month ago. It was when you just had our phone, the day you went to the store, the cell phone store to have our...
Yeah, that was a month ago.
That was 2 weeks ago.
That was a month ago. Jason, I'm having to pay the bill again now. It was a month ago.
We didn't even pay the bill
And
then.
besides the fact, sitting here and constantly bringing up the past, the poke,
because you don't want to hear about what you do. You'll take this class and all you'll do is point it at me and say, this is what you need to do, but you never look at yourself. You never sit and do the things
I'm
yourself.
asking you to do it with me, not just sit here and tell me that I need to do shit.
I've already taken the class. I've already done it. I've even told you the top 3 rules, and you told me You don't
What
listen to none of
class?
it.
What are you talking
I have already
Did you
taken-
sit in a class with your wife?
I said, yes,
Did you
I-
sit in a class with your wife?
Actually, I did.
Have
My
you
ex-wife.
ever sat in a class with your wife who's standing in front of you right this minute?
No, I
Have
haven't.
you ever sat and done anything like that with me?
No, I have not.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe we can do something different. That's what I'm
Baby,
asking.
until you get yourself under control and get the help
No.
that you need, yes. Because you cannot sit here and tell me that you're going to sit here and abuse me the way you have. You were pushing me, shoving me, you've hit me, you've thrown stuff at me, you cuss at me, you tell me you call me by my dad's name, tell me I'm a worthless fucking parent, I'm a worthless piece of shit, I do nothing for my kid. Have I ever said anything like that to you? Ever.
No, I haven't, because I don't
But
talk
I'm supposed
to anybody that way.
Flip my switch and just...
Then why are we even here?
Well, you said this is what you wanted.
Why
This
did
was
you
gonna
even
make you
come
happy.
here?
Because I'm
Why
still
did you
willing to
even
try.
drag me here?
I didn't drag you here. Remember, you were going to leave me if I didn't do this. You went to a therapist with me, the psychologist, and told him he's just a stupid fucking psychologist because I wouldn't leave my son to come do this. Remember that?
What are you talking about?
You
Where?
don't-
What kind of history are you pulling out of your ass right now, Jason?
You don't
Westfall?
remember doing that. We sat right in our driveway while
Jason,
your mom was-
I don't keep a fucking log like you do. You're like this.
You don't remember any
Here's
of this
one.
stuff.
Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another
Because
one.
this
Okay,
doesn't
here.
end. It's
Guess
been
what?
2 straight years of
I
this.
believe in God, but I don't believe in forgiveness. I don't believe in forgiveness. Nope.
How
I'm
do
gonna
you
keep
forgive
doing
when
this.
it still happens
I'm gonna
daily
keep
and
doing
daily
this.
and daily
I'm gonna
and
keep
daily?
doing this. Okay, now. Okay, I'm gonna do this some more.
Will you stop it? You want to tell everybody else to own it, but you won't even own your own.
I have owned my shit so many times over and over and over and over and over and over. Jason, I don't know.
Well,
I
maybe
don't.
if you
I
stopped
don't
acting
sit
like
here.
that, you wouldn't have to keep owning it.
I don't sit here and continue to
You're going
bring
to tell
up
me it's okay
the
to hit our
last,
children. No, it's
the
not.
past.
That is one of the things you'll probably learn in that class. But you don't want to hear it from me, because I'm not...
Keep attacking me.
But that was the past, even though it just happened today. I have been physically and verbally abused by you for the past 2 years, and it still continues to happen, but bring up the past, because the past isn't the past till it ends. It's never ended. You were just hitting me and pushing me and charged me and shoved me in the yard over there just a few weeks ago. That should never happen. But yet it's been going on for 2 years. And I don't know how to make you stop, because I try to put my arms out, say I love you, give me a hug, and you just grind your teeth and scream at me to get away from you. You even just said right before all of this happened today, this afternoon at dinner time, that you have an anger, that you were feeling... That is an adult dialogue. It's just not what you want to hear.
It doesn't work like this. You fuck up all the time. You do this, you do that, you do this, you do that, you do that. You. That's not how it works. Maybe an I statement like, I realize that it is not a good environment that we have here. It hasn't been a good environment, and we've been working on it. I acknowledge that. I recognize that. I recognize that every month I am going through a cycle that I have no control over right now. And I don't have the right medicine or the right hormones or... Shut your lips and listen.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Okay? Do you hear what I'm saying, though?
Mm-hmm.
I realize I have that problem. I've been very honest with you for months about this problem.
But you don't realize that that's...
I understand how you feel about this problem. But I also am asking, as your wife, my husband, to give me some grace and to forgive the times that you have been wronged, just as I have forgiven you the times that you have wronged me.
Well, instead of forgiving, I fear that it's going to happen again at any minute.
I
Because it does.
believe that forgiveness and grace would go volumes. Because when a husband and a wife keep a record of wrongs, that never ends well. when a husband and a wife want to keep pulling from ancient history to hurt one another, it doesn't end well. And that's not forgiveness. And that's not grace. And it's not love, right?
I don't know.
No, love is hitting your spouse and abusing your
It's
spouse.
hard to
And
get over a past when it still continues to happen. And
I'm a human being. I'm a broken human being who's suffering. As your wife, I have said this to you. You have said this to me. You are a broken human being who has been wounded and is suffering. Are you not?
yes,
So we are two broken human beings, wounded, suffering, trying to do the right thing by each other and our family. And guess what? I fuck it up. You fuck it up. I try to do my best. I pray for help. I try to get help. I'm making the right decisions to try to do things different. I'm not out doing drugs. I'm not out fucking around. I'm not out getting drunk. I'm not doing coping mechanisms that I used to do, which you don't even grasp.
but yet she still did it through our whole marriage.
And instead, I get persecution from you when I'm experiencing this. There's no grace. There's no response of, honey, I understand that you're in this cycle time. Just go be. Instead, you get all in a frenzy. So
I'm going to stop there for just a minute. Now, this is part of the bipolar disorder, and I'm going to ask people to watch. I mean, I found a wonderful, wonderful channel, Polar Warriors. This man was so kind to come out, and he actually reached out to me and talked to me and gave me validation over everything that I had seen and everything that I'm playing for you today. This is part of the mental disorder. It causes, I found out my next door neighbor, I mean, in 2020, I walked up and down these streets crying day after day, and my neighbor saw me one day and goes, "Why are you out here crying every day?" And I explained my story. He told me that his brother's bipolar, and for 18 years as of 2020, every single year, he leaves his wife, goes out and has affairs, does drugs, screws his whole life up, and then comes back and snaps out of it and says, "Oops, I'm sorry," and realizes what he's done. Only difference is he doesn't take his children with him and put them through it. And whatever he's suffering from, he leaves them home with the mother. This is for real. I don't know. I'll finish playing this and I don't know.
it doesn't work if we're both in a frenzy.
No, that's why I walk away. But you don't.
But
let me. You follow me.
I need to walk away.
But you don't. You follow me. You keep going on and on.
You walk away makes me feel abandoned. Like fuck her,
No,
fuck
I
them.
need to
I need to walk away.
Then do it.
I can't. You don't allow it.
I tried walking away and you followed me.
You walked away. I didn't
Then how
get
do I get you to walk away? How? What am I? I've tried everything.
I tell you, I need time when I'm having this. I need to be away. I need to be away. Until I get in to see this doctor, I've been telling you this for months.
Then how do you
I need to
go
get in
away
to
and
see
not
the
make
doctor.
Me feel like I want you to leave me because that's not what it is. I just want to stop the anger and.
You can't stop the anger with anger, right?
That's why I just been. When was the last time I was angry? I keep my mouth shut.
You
and
were just angry earlier. Don't lie about it. Say you were frustrated, you were irritated,
I was
whatever
frustrated.
you were. Okay, but that fled into me, and I had just minutes before said, I'm feeling really edgy right now. I verbalized to you, I'm feeling really edgy right now, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
And I told you days ago, my cycle's getting ready to start. I'm trying to communicate with you about this is what's happening with me in this time period. It's no different than when you had your ileostomy and you were up and you were down and you were back and you were forth and it's the same thing. I'm not an awful fucking evil bitch.
That is why I'm here, because I know you're not.
But to sit here and bring up history, that's not forgiveness. You can't look at your wife in the face and say, I love you and I forgive you and I know that wasn't what you didn't mean those things and I apologize for hurting you. And when you say you accept an apology, that means you accept and you let it go. Anybody that apologizes to me, it means I accept it and I forgive
There is something you have
you.
to understand. It's not a matter of forgiveness, what I'm saying. If you want to understand a kid who's acting out in anger and acting out in violence, he has seen an awful lot of it.
From both of us.
Yes.
Okay, because that's the part that edges me too, is that you're like, you're fucking crazy, bitch.
No,
You're,
no.
You've been half-cocked yourself for quite some time, sir.
Actually, for quite some time, I've been the calmest I've ever been in my entire
Okay,
life.
just, I'm saying, his whole life, it's not just been me.
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
But I stopped.
No, you haven't. You still react the same way when you're pissed off. Don't even say that you don't, because you do.
But if you want to know what's wrong with them, that's it. And we
Stop
can't look
pointing
past,
fingers at me.
I didn't. That wasn't a point at you. It was
But
the
that-
whole entire circle of what we just talked about.
There's nothing wrong with him. The issue is his parents.
That's what I just said.
It's us. Okay?
So until he stops seeing the anger and stops seeing the violence, he's going to continue.
Right. And I can't control you. And you can't control me.
She already
No,
claims
we
she
We
can't
only
control
have
herself.
control
Ourselves.
over ourselves. So how does that get fixed?
You have to stop.
It doesn't work like that. You don't just go stop. It doesn't work like that.
Not when you
I
have
need
mental
help.
disorders.
You need help. We need help collectively. I mean, months ago, we were supposed to be doing this marriage counseling thing all along together. And we haven't. Instead, the world went to shit and we clung to each other in fear. But that's not going to keep us...
I didn't quit my counseling.
I'm not pointing the fingers at you. I said we did not do marriage counseling, didn't I? I didn't say,
And Dr. Close is willing to do that.
well, we can't do that down there. We don't live in Ohio anymore. He doesn't take our insurance.
We don't know that he doesn't take our insurance.
Well, call and ask him then. You haven't raised any olive branch to me about any of this to say, honey, would you come and have a meeting with me with him? Nothing.
Yes, I have. And so is he.
Months ago.
And did it follow? You're the one who has to follow through and other
We
people say.
we did. And then everything went to shit and I wasn't leaving the house. You weren't even going.
I did it over the phone every single week.
I realize you did. But you didn't ask me to do it on the phone with you. Because had you, I would have done it. This is a communication breakdown again.
So during that time, my counselor actually even reached out to her and communicated with her, trying to get her to come in and do it over the phone even with me. And she still refused to. She talks and talks and talks like she's going to do good, but then in her follow-through is nothing. I didn't quit my therapy. She was welcome to join us on the phone and do the therapy together over the phone. Even my counselor called her, and she still refused to do it. And this is why you hear me go silent, because, I mean, you cannot talk in... There's nothing I can say. She's just going to make up, and you just heard it. I mean, nobody helped, nobody offered me. Yes, we did. Oh, well, that was months ago. Well, you didn't follow through. I mean, she doesn't... It's hard to talk to somebody who can't make sense out of anything and just wants to twist everything around.
Because walking away from each other and going to bed and not talking about it doesn't solve the same issues that we've had all along. And now you just told me that you're only here because of me. So now there's a whole nother layer of shit that you have inside that you're not even telling
Keep
me.
trying to throw stuff in the
What are you
pot.
talking about?
You just said the only reason I'm here is because of me.
Yes, you are the only reason I'm here. You and our children.
You hear our kids crying in the background,
Doesn't mean
and
this isn't where I want to be. I am here, standing here right now because of you and our children. Because I love you all.
you hear how many times she says, I love you back.
Was it for the three of you? I don't know where I...
I had to walk away. I don't know if it's still, if it was in what I've already aired or not, but in one of these, in this, I'm pretty sure it was this recording, she even admits to clotheslining our son feet over his head. He was only 3 years old. She thought she had COVID and had a panic attack, and him and I are playing in the house. She walked into the room, and as he ran past her, she stuck out her arm and just completely clotheslined him. Again, she even stated she can't control herself. Again, you see it over and over in these text messages. She blames it on, over years, blaming it on everything but her mental illness. Even though she admits she has this mental illness, but claimed in court she's been cured. That's the problem. Again, you hear who's with the kids. Me.
You see this dollar?
Best of all the people on the planet, I would pray and hope that you would be the one who would give me some measure of grace. I did it for you. And actually, maybe I didn't do it as good for you, because even during that time I can remember being irritated and frustrated, and I couldn't, and attacked when you were being in your own mode with your own depression, with your issues.
I just had surgery.
Maybe I didn't do it as good for you either.
2 major surgeries. While she's splashing kids' pee and poop water in my face while I'm sitting on the toilet, passing full stools of blood. Coming out with water in my eyes because it was so painful after having my colon and my intestine reconnected and everything I had done down there.
But I do know I raised 2 teenagers who are very stable and love me, and if they were abused and had a horrible childhood, they wouldn't even want to speak to me.
No, one ended up committing suicide and killing himself instead. Refusing to come and see her.
And it's hurtful that you paint me as if I'm like your mother or your father, because that's not the case. Probably hurts me as much as it hurts you. You look at it that way because when you saw it, it was that.
I don't even think about my parents or any of my past when we go through this.
She's the one who always brings it up. And my ex-wife and
Just brought it up at the playground.
anything that can hurt me.
Brought what up?
Never mind.
Yeah, you heard it in the recording when we were...
We didn't even talk about any of this at the playground.
Yes, we did. You said I have colon damage because I was spanked. So you look at it from that lens. You look at it as they beat you, and because I spank him, it's damaging.
The thing is you do it in anger.
And
When you're in anger mode, you don't know what you're doing. You took him feet over his
I
head,
have
off
raised
his feet,
2
and
children
right on his
who
back.
are perfectly fine.
Right there's where I was, that was
Healthy
about him
young
clotheslined, being clotheslined. And you hear she does not deny it.
They're not abused children. Did they act like abused children?
No, not till they turn 17 and kill themselves and turn to sex and drugs and alcohol and...
That's a female.
I have never met a female in my life who acts like that. Never. Having occasional breakdowns, or and she does it over so much.
I think you're overgeneralizing right now.
No, because I get calls at 1 o'clock in the morning. She'd get calls at 1 in the morning being woke up because she's having mental breakdowns. She's being psychiatrically treated and medicated for her mental illness. But her mom doesn't want to accept that and admit it.
It's hard to tell what it is, but see between the trees right there? See the big bright light?
Again, me back with the kids. You just heard her walk into the house. Who's with the kids? Always me. I'm the one who was always with those kids. Again, you ask anybody, go to every church, every neighbor, everywhere we've lived. Those kids are wrapped around me 24/7. She wants to claim that I'm the one that her and the kids are afraid of. But yet you keep hearing in these recordings, mommy's mean, mommy's bad, mommy's this, mommy's that. Daddy, I love you. It's been a year and a half since I've been with my kids. A year and a half of them being stuck in this woman and her family and all of their abuse. I made a video prior to this that I just told a short bit of what I know about her family. And part about this protection order taking away my gun rights, one, I have physical disabilities. I cannot defend myself. I, out in public, openly defend other people, even with these problems. Just a few months ago, I was at Walmart, and you walk in the front door and you end up pacing people that you walk in the door with through the store. I saw this couple, and this guy was just being absolutely ruthless. His mouth, the way he talked to his woman, I don't know if it was his wife or his girlfriend, who she was, it was absolutely disgusting. So as I reached the checkout, they're in the next lane over. And when the woman asked me how I was doing at the register, and I made sure that they heard this, I said, I'm better than that woman over there who has to deal with that man and his mouth and what he says to her. And I made sure they heard me say it. I stand up every time I see victims, and I try to fight for their rights. But I can't fight for my own. Well, that's what I'm here to try to do, is fight for my own. That's why I'm doing this. I need the right to defend myself. I've heard stories in her family about how her real dad went over to her stepdad's house with two of his buddies and beat him so bad they put him in the hospital. Just to do it. Well, now Dad has a thought that I'm the one abusing his daughter and children because she's claiming this, and a court allowed her, and she's using that court paperwork to say, look, even the court found him guilty. She's even using it in court against me right now in a different court system. Look, he's a bad person because this court found him guilty of abuse. I proved her wrong. And not only did they take my rights away, not for 30 days, not for 60 days, not for 90 days, 2 years. For 2 years, I'm not allowed to go to my kids' school and see my kids at school. I'm not allowed for 2 years to go and participate in their activities. That is completely wrong. And what does that teach children? Do you know how mind-twisted these kids are going to be if somebody doesn't stop this right now? Well, our other children will show you how mind-twisted they are when they're killing themselves, doing drugs, out drinking, out prostituting, and everything else. I shouldn't say prostituting. I don't know if she charged anybody for who she was having sex with or just got whatever. Either way, it's all disgustingly wrong. All right, I'm going to stop this and take a break right now. I got to get up and go for a walk. I'll be back. Okay, so you can also see, I'm going to move on to another recording, so I can just get this video done. I can't just sit here right now, but I'm going to play this recording. You can see in here she states how she went to the abused women's shelter, claiming abuse on me. What she didn't know was there was already a woman who was associated with that abused women's shelter who had already met with me and the kids 3 times before she ran off and went in there. She came to the house here and met with me and the kids while my wife was supposedly at the doctor's office, and she actually wasn't. When you hear her talk about how she has a doctor's appointment and she was going, and I believe that's one of, actually, it's in this recording here. I went and met with the doctor. She left and told me she was going to that doctor's appointment. She never went. It's documented in her medical file. She did not go to that appointment. Again, she claims she needs help. She claims she's seeking help, but she does not follow through. So it's documented in that doctor's office that she never went to that appointment, but yet told me she was, and I don't know where she went for the evening. So this is the morning before she went to the abused women's shelter, claiming I was the one abusing her. And part of the reason the women's abuse shelter would not pursue against me was because they already knew what was going on. But as a victim shelter, they cannot turn down a victim. So they had to take her in. It's part of why she claims victim to all this. And she claims that she was raped. I can prove she wasn't. I can actually prove it. She wasn't raped, but she claims victim. And everybody, oh, you're a raped woman, then we'll take you in. That's why she turns to churches, because they will always take her in. All she's got to do is go out and claim false allegations of abuse and rape and all this other stuff, and they will take her in. She's already told me it. It's been one of my problems with going to church is not only now, right now, I can't go to church and see children, and even the kids there asking me where my kids are, and I walk out of there crying. God, standing in stores, and I even see a family and children, and I just start crying in the middle of stores. I've left carts in the middle of aisles and just walked out of stores because I couldn't continue shopping. I've walked into the Family Dollar store here in town, and I've bought my kids half the toys on the shelf there, and I walk in the front door, and it's the first thing you see, and I start crying. I've turned around, walked straight back out the door, and never made it 2 steps in. People walking up to me, why are you crying? Because I miss my kids. And it's painful. So the morning before she went, this is the day before she went to the abused women's shelter, claiming I was the one abusing her and the kids again. Again, you hear it. We go through it every year. You've already heard me say it. We go through this every year. It's part of the mental disorder, and I can prove she's done this to every husband and man prior. And it's not right. These people do not need to keep getting hurt. She does not need to keep ruining people's lives, and especially children's. So the morning before she went to the abused women's shelter, I got woke up being hit, threatened. The night before, the day before, I recorded the full 2 weeks leading up to this. The day before, because not one time did she ever sleep in bed with me. She claims I'm the one who is not touching her and all this other stuff. You'll hear that in more recordings. Just absolute nonsense. The things she says in front of our children is wrong. You're going to continue hearing that. No children, especially 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, no child should be subjected to this language and content. The day before, I had just got the kids' bedroom done and got their beds put up, and she spent the whole day laying in bed crying and being depressed over what? I don't even know. She don't even know. I sat down and talked to her. Again, it's recorded. I'm not going to air all of it. I can only make, this video is going to be so long to begin with. But she doesn't know what her problem was and what was wrong with her. And you listen, I went out and made dinner, fed the kids, came in, told her dinner was ready, tried to bring her food. No, I don't want to eat. I went back out to the kids, and it's part of her problem. I mean, especially you have a newborn baby, 1, 2, 3, 4, again, they come first. But you're going to hear her tell me, those kids don't come first, she does. That's wrong for any parent. A child always comes first to a parent. And I did that, and it was held against me by her because I was not taking care of her. I was taking care of the kids. You're going to hear that, and it's even in this order, I think, this one. You're going to hear more. So the night before, I took the kids. My daughter's favorite movie at the time was Dora the Explorer, and took them in the camper, and the 3 of us fell asleep on the couch, cuddled up together, watching Dora. Angie comes in about 12:30ish at night, and I was still recording. My phone was sitting there recording again. I've been warned, what this woman's capable of and what could possibly happen and the dangers that I'm in trying to protect her. Protect her just to turn around and get falsely abused again myself by the system that was supposed to protect me and our children. So she comes into the house, or to the camper, because she was sleeping in the house, and a skunk got underneath the house, sprayed. It was horrendous. Horrendous. I told her, lay down, go to sleep with the kids, and I'll go take care of the skunk. Again, I'm a horrible person who does nothing. I don't take care of her. I don't take care of nothing around here. I spent weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to these recordings, getting all of our stuff moved here, laying on the ground in pain because of my physical problems, and still fighting it and getting back on my feet and getting this all accomplished. I did it, almost all of it by myself. Got our animal shelters built, got our house remodeled, sitting up every single night, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, because I spend all day with the kids and taking care of her and everything else. And then at night, after everybody goes to bed, I got to come in the house and try to get our house done so we could get moved into it. The dog chased the skunk out into the woods and didn't come back till 4:30 in the morning. I went out looking for her, and I couldn't find her. I couldn't hear her. I had no idea where she went. So I just said the best thing I can do is go back up to the house and wait for her to come back. I don't know what else to do. Well, the dog came back about 4:30. All of our stuff was still in boxes and packaged up because I had to get the house remodeled so we could get our stuff into it. I worked really, really hard, getting hit and threatened and punched. I mean, the day with you heard about the AT&T when she went and got our phones turned on. We had already discussed it. We discussed it in the driveway while she was sitting in her van getting ready to leave. All we needed were SIM cards. We just needed SIM cards, and if we activated it online, then we saved $600. There was a $600 discount if you activated it all online. So I explained all that to her and said, just go get the SIM cards, bring them home, and then we'll activate them. Well, we don't have any service. We can't activate them. All we got to do is go right down to the library and connect to their Wi-Fi, and we can access everything we need to do to get these going and save $600. Again, you hear she doesn't remember any of this stuff. By the time she drove here to the AT&T store, she'd already forgotten. I get a text alert, your phone has been shut off. I'm going, oh great, why is my phone shut off? When she comes home, here I got all the stuff and took care of it all. Well, did you activate it in the store? Oh yeah, I just had them do it. Well, that just cost us $600. We can't afford it. I told her it's okay. I mean, again, I've got it all recorded. I told her it's okay. I will call and see if I can get this taken care of and see if I can figure out how to get this straightened out. I was standing at the southwest corner of our chicken coop, our chicken run, putting up the fencing to get our chicken run put up, when she charges me, hits me, starts threatening me. Again, you hear us just talking about it. All because she screwed up. And I didn't tell her she screwed up. I just told her it was okay. I'll take care of it. Again, I try to take care of this woman the best I can. Even as frustrating as it is and what all I have to go through and even being hit and threatened. And my daughter was only, I don't know, she was still in a high chair. And it was medically documented that the left side of my spine was worse than my right. But I was sitting there feeding, she came in and saw I was feeding my son Lucky Charms. I don't think I finished telling the story. I was feeding my daughter in her high chair, and she comes in and just starts screaming at me for giving my son sugared cereal. Now you're going to hear in the next video with the divorce, 98% of the time I'm on the phone with these kids now. I mean, 10:30 in the morning, you give each kid 3 suckers so they can sit still and talk to their dad. She's the one who has the sugar rush. 98% of our conversations, they're eating ice cream, they're eating candy. She's sugaring them up so they won't sit still and talk to me. So I'm sitting there feeding my daughter. I walked out in the kitchen and asked her to please stop yelling at me in front of the kids. The kids are not going to respect me if you keep doing this in front of them, and they're not. I went back in the dining room and sat down and started feeding our daughter, and she charged me and rammed me out of my chair, and I fell backwards into the table. Now it's medically documented that my right side of my spine is worse than my left. And I even went to my doctor and said, now my right side is hurting worse than my left does. What's going on? Well, she damaged my spine. But again, I'm the abusive, crazy monster. So that night, when the skunk came in and skunked the house and I took care of all that, all of our stuff was still boxed up and sitting outside boxed up. That's why you hear her crying about, oh, our stuff's sitting all over the yard. Well, we had to get the house done so we could get our stuff into the house. And I couldn't get the house remodeled with all the stuff in here. I mean, come on, this is, again, it's part of where you hear me just go silent. Like, how do you argue with that? How do you argue with somebody who can't make common sense out of anything? We just got here, got our stuff unloaded. I'm remodeling the house to get our stuff inside. It all takes time. But no, I'm a horrible person. So at 4:30 in the morning when the dog came back and I couldn't find anything to clean her up with, the only running water we have, and you'll even hear it in this recording, we had no running water in the house. The only running water we had was in the camper. My family's in there sleeping. I'm not going to go in there and wake my family up to give a dog a bath. At 4:30, now it's almost 5. I've been up until 2, 3 o'clock every single morning now, working myself to the just so hard and get this to my family. I didn't know what to do, so I took and tied the dog up to the front porch. I came in this house that was so horrendously skunked by a skunk multiple times that I had a can of Glade in each hand and walked through here and just held the triggers down and walked through the entire house back and forth till both cans were completely empty and you couldn't even tell I did it. But I'm such a horrible person, I thought to protect my dog and to keep waking everybody up in the middle of the night, or, I mean, it's almost morning now. I put the dog on the porch, tied her up so she couldn't take off and didn't have any problems there. And I came inside and slept right inside the door, put a blanket over my head because my eyes were burning and tried to protect myself from the skunk smell and get a couple hours sleep before I have to get up and start all over again. Now in this recording, you're going to hear how she woke me up that morning. The very next day she went and she's even hitting me, threatening me. I mean, you're going to hear it all right here. The very next day, she went and claimed that to the abused women's shelter that I was the one abusing her and the kids. Now, I recorded that entire day. She was supposed to go to a doctor's appointment. That's in this recording that she never went to. It's documented in the doctor's office. She never made the appointment. I didn't fight her back. I mean, I tried defending myself, and I even, again, listen, I think that everybody should record themselves fighting. Because even in this recording, I heard something I said that was wrong. I told her, go take it out on somebody else. The only people here for her to take it out on are our kids. And after I woke up from just a few hours of sleep and everything that had been going on, I said something I shouldn't have. And I never said it again, because the only people here was our children for her to go take it out on, and she does. And that was wrong of me. I think more people should record their arguments and see what they say and do and how they act and react. I think a lot of people could learn from it, and I learned about myself from it as well. But not only did I not fight her back, I got out of bed, and I'm not going to play all of it. You don't want to hear me sitting on the toilet. I get up in the morning out of bed, sit on the toilet, take a shower. I go outside to our son and say, come on, buddy, mommy's sad. We need to go pick her flowers. And then after that, I gave the dog a bath, got her cleaned up, and took her for a walk and went out in the road and picked. I mean, here there are so many beautiful wildflowers growing everywhere. This is one of the most beautiful places I've ever lived. I went and picked her flowers again. How many men wake up being hit and threatened and going through years of abuse? Wake up, get hit and threatened, and not fight back, and instead go pick their wife flowers. How many men would do that? But I'm the evil, horrible, terrible monster. And a court even agrees. Because they don't care about evidence. They don't care about right and wrong. They don't care about children. I want to know what they do care about. Because that's why they took the oath under their job, was to protect victims. And especially in a family court system, to protect children. And instead they do the complete opposite. So here's the morning date. This is again, it's time and date stamped. The day before she went to the abused women's shelter, claiming I was the one abusing her and the kids. And the woman who was affiliated that I knew and had been talking to, she trusted me so much. Our local sheriff's department had already been out here enough times since we had lived here. And they trusted me enough that they all told me where she was at. I knew she was in there. Now, legally, they're not allowed to do that, but they did because they knew I was not going to start a problem. They've got to know me quite well. So I want to know why I was wronged. Why my children are allowed to be abused. Why I lost my rights as a constitutional American citizen and a father when I could prove my case. So here's the morning before she went to the abused women's shelter, claiming I was the one abusing her.
I'll not accept it as my normal anymore. So you get your ass out of bed and you take care of the fucking dog so she can come in the house and not be out there freezing her ass off. And then you take care of this fucking mess in the kitchen so I can have a kitchen in here to take care of our children. And if you don't, you're gonna leave. That's what's gonna happen.
What do you need to take care of the kitchen?
Hook up the fucking water. Fix the sink.
Stop it! I would have hooked up the water had you not moved the couches in there. That's why I said, let me handle the house, because that was what I was in the middle of.
Get your ass in here and do it then.
Stop cussing at me.
No, I'm not. I'm done being nice. I'm done having you sit here and put all of your bullshit on me and twist things around. Not happening.
What am I putting on you?
Get up and take care of the dog. Give her a bath so she can come inside.
She still can't come inside.
Take care of our animals. She's a part of our family.
I understand
If it
that.
happened to the kids, would you have left the kids all night long?
No, I wouldn't have.
Okay, she is part of our family. That was wrong. You should have taken care of her last night, and you damn well know it. Get up and take care of her. She can't give herself a bath. She can't do anything about it. She relies on you to do it. So do it. Just like everybody else in this family relies on you to do things, and then you don't do it and you want to twist it around because you feel bad because you're fucking up and you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. So get up and feel good about yourself that you're going to take care of our animal. And then make this fucking house livable so that I can take care of our family. Or you're not staying.
So she's going to come back in a minute and start hitting me and yelling at me more. While this is playing and we got kind of the silent part here, I'm going to put some more evidence on the screen. Like, she claims that I put the kids in front of a television and I don't ever do anything. Oh my God. Here's the trampoline that's still sitting in my yard that they have. Here's a puppy that I took my kids to go, let's go get a puppy, and took them to go, and I've taken them there many times. What do we have here? I can't see all these. Oh, there's a goat. I took my son to the monster truck rally. Afterwards, I took him to a beautiful place where you can go out on a boat and trolley over a great big deep natural spring that's down in the water. And I mean, you can see like, what, 30 feet down or something that this is? And you can see the bottom and watch fish swimming all over. So I took him to go see that. I took him to see Babe and Paul Bunyan. Took him to a lookout where it's absolutely beautiful. You can see the lake in the background and it's just beautiful. I take them fishing all the time. I love the look on my son's face right there. I've taken them to every zoo I can possibly find to take them to. I even get them behind the scenes views because I am so good with people, and I've got them so many times behind the scenes getting to do things that nobody else normally gets to do. Like the Toledo Zoo, I happened to be there the day they were going to release butterflies. Well, guess who got to release butterflies for the zoo? My children did, because I went and approached the people, started talking to them, made them laugh. And they said, here, would your kids like to do this? My kids have gotten so many experiences because I'm like that, and I do that, and I step up and talk to people. So we've got to feed birds peanut butter off of sticks. Feeding deer. I've even made it a mission of mine to find every playground I can possibly ever find for these kids to play on. And you follow my GPS on my Google location and see how many playgrounds I've taken these kids to. But all I do is put them in front of a TV. I can prove she's the one who does that. I got this go-kart for my son. That's what it looked like when I got it. Notice it's missing a seat and just has a piece of plywood laying there. I built it for him into this. He loves this thing. I've heard about it for a year and a half. Dad, when do I get to come ride my go-kart? Dad, do you still have my go-kart? Dad, I want to ride. Now I got one for his sister too. See the boat in the background over on the left? That's a boat when I was cleaning up a farm. That's how I made money. I was scrapping out and cleaning up an old farm not far from here, and the woman, her husband passed away. She's an elderly woman, and she's a retired nurse. I found stuff that I could bring home in that boat right there. My kids and I are going to turn into a pirate ship, and I spent even searching that farm, finding all the stuff to make a lookout tower and turn that into a pirate ship. And then I wanted to build a platform in the trees that led out to a treehouse for them. And this was something that's going to take time, and I want to build with them, and it was going to do over time. That's why that boat's sitting out there in their play area. But all I do is put my kids in front of a television. I took them camping, and we stayed here almost the entire summer. They loved it. Loved it. Their mom only came for one day. The entire summer, one day their mom showed up. But you know what's funny? In the divorce, she demanded she got the tent because she refused to camp and doesn't camp. But again, you know, a woman who's so scared of her husband just tries to keep continuing to hurt him. My neighbors camped next to me on this campsite for almost the whole entire summer too. That's part of what people do here. Oh, there's our tent and everything, our campsite getting set up. I got this boat. It's an old Sun Dolphin boat, and it had cracks, and it's a giant piece of styrofoam wrapped in...
I mean it. Get the fuck out of bed. Did you give that mama pig any water last night? She doesn't have any water. Did you give her water? The answer's no, isn't it?
Yes, I gave her water. Why do you think the bucket's sitting outside the fence?
Get up.
No.
I have doctor's appointments at 12:30. I'm leaving. So you need to get your ass up and get some shit done before I have to go. Including, first thing, taking care of your dog. So get up. This isn't an option. This isn't Jason can just do whatever he wants. Get up and take care of the people and the animals that you have to take care of. If you don't, then they're getting rid of them all. And it's bullshit. You fucking wanted those pigs. You said, let's get them. Then we have a food source. That was all you. So if you don't want them, I'm going to list them today, and we will sell them all. You're the one who wants the whole fucking flock food source out there, but you're not willing to do the work. Of the day-to-day, you'll build a house and then walk away.
Does that make
Is that how it is
sense?
for your family too? Here, let me build a house and then I'll walk away.
Sorry about that. Alert came through my phone while I was recording. So there's going to be another break here before she comes back in and starts hitting me. I think the next round is when she starts hitting me. Took my kids, you know, I took this Sun Dolphins.
Living in a garbage dump.
Yep.
John's living in a garbage dump. And I'm done with you blaming me about this, that, or the other thing. Things that I don't have any fucking control over. You want to go live in another Leybourne squalor hovel, go find one. This is not going to be it. We're right back where we were a year ago. You telling me bullshit. I'm going to get a job and help you. I'm going to get on disability. I'm going to do blah, blah, blah. Well, where is it? Now we're here in your dreamland and you're still acting like a fool. Not taking care of your responsibilities, not talking to your own son, not being honest. You're not being honest. At least I'm honest when I tell you that I've right now got hormonal problems, but part of the problem is that my husband is not being a partner in this marriage.
How is that? I mean, spending until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning every single night getting this house done? Having everybody around me go, wow, I can't believe how much you've gotten done. Wow, it looks so great. You flip like a switch. 1 second it's you're awesome. Next minute, you're the worst person in the world. Getting hit, pushed, shoved.
Then go, Jason. Why are you even still married to me?
Because I know there's something wrong with you.
There's nothing wrong with me. And quit saying that because that's
Stop
a mean
it.
thing to say. That's a cruel thing to say. That hurts. And you know it. And I'm tired of you trying to tell me that because there's nothing wrong with me, Jason Westfall.
You just
I am
said you
woman.
have a hormonal problem. That is a problem.
That doesn't mean there's something wrong with me. You say that to somebody and it's a fuckhead with the psychology. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with
Really?
you.
You haven't told me that every
You
day?
have heard that repeatedly in your life, haven't you? There is something wrong with you, right? You don't like to hear that.
I've heard it
I
by
said
you on
you
a
need to get
daily
help.
basis.
You need to get help. You
Help
don't
with-
manage your life well. You don't know how to handle bills. You don't know how to handle money. You don't know how to handle relationships. You abandon your son and don't even tell him that you're leaving. Let's talk about who's really taking care of adult
Did
responsibilities
you tell you
here.
kids, your kids you were leaving?
Yes, I went and told him in person. You fought me tooth and nail and gave me a bunch of shit for doing it.
Somebody else had already told them.
They didn't know I was leaving. They knew the house was for sale.
No, they knew the house was sold.
Again,
You waited until all the way after
You're
that.
just changing the subject again because you refuse
Well, you
to own your own problems and lack of accountability.
actually, I've tried calling
Own
Alex.
your
I've
own
tried talking.
lack of accountability.
Will you let me talk?
No, because it's excuses. Everything that comes out of your mouth is an excuse.
It's an
or a quit
excuse to at
to
least-
deflect back to me, so you don't have to.
Well,
own
I can
anything.
show you the text.
Why is your dog laying outside when she got skunked last night and you didn't take care of her?
Did you do anything to help any of the situation?
It's
No,
your dog.
you ran and got me and went and hid in the camper and said, you go deal with it.
Because you're the man. That's what you want, right?
I did. I
You
chased
always
it off
tell
and got
me.
it out of here.
I mean, what the hell? We're in the Northwoods. Aren't you supposed to be taking care of the animal control problems? That's not my job. That's what you tell me.
I did.
So why are you going to give me shit when I did what you tell me?
Did you help clean her up? Did you help do any of anything?
She's your dog. Is she not?
You just said she was our dog. She was part of our family. But then when it comes to why did you help, it's your dog now all of a sudden.
Fine. We'll get rid of her.
We're not getting rid of her.
Then get up and take care of her. Quit being a fucking asshole and irresponsible. You're irresponsible, and you know it. You know it.
Will you go take your anger out on somebody else? Because I'm tired of hearing it.
Get up and take care of your responsibilities this morning. That's what pisses me off. You lay in the bed and don't want to get up and interact and be responsible and start the day and take care of shit.
Well, there's two reasons for that.
Did you call the disabilities yesterday? No.
Where am I supposed to call? I'm sitting here taking care of
Oh,
kids.
no, I don't know. Let me make some more excuses about how I can't do anything in my fucking life. I'm done with it, Jason. I'm telling you, you better take care of some shit today or you're gone. I'm not dealing with this shit anymore.
Really, I'm taking care of how much stuff here?
I hate this fucking house.
Then why did you say let's move here?
I never even saw it. You assured me it's all good. You fucking lied about that too.
No, I did not. And that's not at all what happened.
So you heard her hitting me, threatening me, yelling at me. But yet the very next morning, she runs off and goes to the abused women's shelter claiming I'm the one abusing her. These pictures I'm putting up here, these are things that I take the kids outside to do, and you can't at all tell me I put my kids on. I mean, again, I can prove that I gave my son a cell phone to teach him how to start using a cell phone before she ran off, and I put on there a parental app. It allowed me to track everything he was doing on there. And again, she tried claiming this in court. You see it in the protection order, that I put my kids in front of a TV all day. But yet after they left, and this is how I found out where she moved to, because I finally got to talk to my kids. Oh, we're in the new house. On his phone, he was on there for 6.5 hours one day. So I brought that up in court, and guess what? The very next day, that phone magically broke and disappeared. Just like everything else I gave my kids since she's left. You can even go back through. I mean, obviously it's going to be documented in our phones, and it would be work to do it, but she is the one who found the animals, the pigs, the goats. She was the one who wanted this whole farm. Not that I didn't. But again, this is part of what the mental disorder does. She blames me for everything that she does. And she truly believes it. I mean, again, I had that recording where I think I played it where she thinks I'm cornering her and we talk about this stuff. She doesn't understand the difference, and she doesn't know it when she's going through it. She wants to claim that I don't want my kids. Here's a trick or treat. When I sent this to her, here's trick or treating. Let's take the kids to trick or treat, but she wouldn't allow me. She is the one who would not let me. She claims I'm the one who forced our family to move here, and I'm the one who isolates us. Well, right here's a farm event that I found for her and told her, here, you need to go to this and meet people. The only friend she has here, I gave the woman her phone number, my wife's phone number, and said, here, call her. She needs a friend. Take her out. You can ask this woman. She will admit it. She wants, but yet my wife wanted to complain. It's in here that I isolate our family and don't allow them to do anything. Here's me setting up an event for her to go meet people. This was for a wreaths and wine class for her to go meet. She likes to sew. Here, I would like to reserve the spot for her. Look, I'd like to sign my wife up on December 4th so she can meet people and go do something. But I isolate and don't allow her. She didn't go to these. She actually left and told me she was going to this. Oh, but it started raining and she couldn't drive in the rain and had a panic attack and turned around and came home. That's what happened that day. But yet I found it for her because I'm always staring at my phone doing bad stuff. You know, I'm looking for stuff for my wife to enjoy and people for her to meet and things for our family, things to build our house. How about when I found, again, I can show you the messages for where I found she likes to knit. I found a huge, one of the large diaper boxes full of yarn on Facebook. I went and bought it for her because I'm such a terrible person looking at my phone doing bad all the time. About a month after I got her that box, I decided I'm going to go through it and see what she's using. I'm going to learn my wife and what colors she likes and what she's doing. So I go through that box, and what do I find in the bottom of it? Her husband that she had divorced 10 years ago, I found love notes in his old cell phone. Again, more proof after I went through it that she was the one abusing him and cheating on him, and everything that she did to me, she did to him, and now and through the whole thing blamed him for being the one doing those things to her. Severe mental disorder. I mean, she has been professionally diagnosed being bipolar, the worst case severe bipolar there ever possibly can be. She has been diagnosed with seasonal affective disorder, which causes her through the exact same time periods every year to do the same terrible things. She's been diagnosed with multiple personality disorder. She's also been diagnosed with narcissistic disorder. There was one more. What was the other one? And those are all professional diagnostics. And again, this all proves it. I mean, she wants to claim that I isolated. I can prove that she made our family move here. She is the one. We sat in front of, you heard it, me saying her, and she don't want to hear it though. We sat in front of my counselor, and my counselor, she actually went and thought that he was going to side with her. I did not want to move. Yes, I wanted to move out of where we were. I wanted to move a ways away, and I wanted to move somewhere in a nice country setting. A small community, good people. Been a dream of mine my whole life. She sat in front of my counselor with me and told him and told me that she was going to leave me and she was going to come here anyways if I didn't go with her, and she was going to take our children. He told her that was wrong. Go talk to him. He told her that was wrong. You cannot make him decide over one child and another. She said, "You're just an effing psychologist. What do you know?" And she yelled at him, yelled at me. He saw her anger. He told me to get away from that woman. Well, guess what? You're a counselor and you're supposed to help us as a family. We have children. And that's one of my problems. Nobody wanted to help as a family. Arrest her, lock her away, tear this family apart. No, I wanted help as a family. I thought that's what they did. So she wants to keep claiming that I'm the one who forced her to move here and isolate her. I mean, here I can show you, I'm showing you stuff where I've tried getting her to go out and meet people. So these are going to be text messages that I'm putting up here. It was her agenda to move here. She wants to know why I would not. You can read these. I can't. She wants to know why I'm not on board with wanting to move. I wanted to move, just not till our kids graduated high school. I did not want to miss my kid, my son. We only had 1.5 years left to go. And I really questioned what made us sell our house and move when we did. Again, I'm the one who got those kids dressed every day. Every morning I took their pajamas off and put their clothes on. Every night I gave them a bath and I put their pajamas on. I don't know if I've told this. I've made these videos so many times. I don't know what I said in previous ones and what I didn't. So I'm sorry if I duplicate myself here. There was a day that her and I were supposed to spend together, and her mom and stepdad were supposed to watch our son. So she took him over there. We spent the day together and had a wonderful day. That night she went back over there and picked him up and brought him home. Well, that night I went to put their pajamas on them. They weren't getting a bath. They got home late that night, and they weren't getting baths that night. We were just putting pajamas on. And she came in the room, and I saw her panic. She panics a lot. And I never know. All I try to do is try to comfort her in her panic and not try to look at her as some twisted person. So she kind of, I saw the panic in her. Let me get the kids dressed. Let me get the kids dressed. And again, she goes through this so many times, and it's been really a struggle with her being the working parent and me being the stay-at-home dad, the role reversal and all of that. So she asked me to give her motherly duties. She goes through this period where I need to cook dinner. You're doing all this and I want to be a mom. Well, I never understood that. Go spend time with your kids and let me cook dinner. But if she wants to cook dinner and that makes her feel like a mom, and even telling me I want to do the dinner and dishes because that's motherly duties and it makes me feel like a mom. And I've told her repeatedly, all right, I'll give it to you if you want to do it. Anytime you feel overwhelmed and want out, let me know and I'll take it back over. But she never would. She would just start going into a mode where she would complain because she's the one doing it all. And here, how do we get here? She's so excited because we're right on the doorstep. She's the one getting excited to move. The reason I didn't call my son and talk to my son and tell him that we were moving, because it hurt me too bad to do it. My son had already been through so much in his life and so much alienation and abuse that it hurt me to leave him. And I did not want to. And I couldn't fight myself to tell him that we were leaving. I didn't want to do it. And no, she didn't tell her kids. Somebody else did. They found out that our house was sold and told her kids that we were moving. Again, you know, you hear it in here. She doesn't want to admit any of this stuff. All she does is deny her actions and blame and project it on everybody else. That is part of the mental illness. It's what's called projection. I hurt you, and I'm going to tell everybody, and I actually believe you're the one hurting me because I'm projecting myself onto you. You'll hear it repeatedly through these recordings, repeatedly. Again, does this at all, what you've heard so far, does that at all sound like a woman who's so scared of her abusive husband? Do these children sound like they're scared of their dad? No, you can hear it outright. They're scared of their mom. You hear it in their own words in these recordings. I don't want you to think I'm pushing my agenda. She is the one who forced us to move here, but yet runs off and tells everybody and puts on all these court documents that I'm the one who did it. I'm the one who refuses to put our son in school, but yet here's her, this came off of her phone. She is researching homeschooling when our son was only 3 years old. Our kids now, after she has run off, is not in school. They're in some sort of homeschooling group where there's 5 or 6 kids, from my understanding, listening to our children talk from ages 4 to 11. This school does not even have any sort of anything online. You cannot even find them. I don't even know what school it is. I've been given 3 different names, and I don't even know what school it even totally is. But they have no, even my attorney said, I cannot find them online. There's no accreditation to the school whatsoever. It's not a school, it's a church where they're doing a homeschooling group. But I'm the one who refused. I mean, I volunteered in my son's classroom when he was in school, my older kid, years ago, and was a teacher's aide, and they gave me my own classroom, and I was a teacher in his school. Again, she wants to state that I'm the one who picked this place and forced us to move here. She wants to go hunting with me because an abused woman who is so deathly afraid of her husband is going to stand in a small little shanty with her husband and a gun. And if you go through our phones, you will see she is the one who found the pigs. She is the one who contacted the woman to get them. And at the time, we had lived in a neighborhood that was a suburban neighborhood, and we weren't allowed to have farm animals. I had to fight her and tell her we are not supposed to have pigs here. We can't. And pigs aren't exactly quiet and hideable. It's not a cat. But then I went along with it because she was having panic attacks and. Again, blaming me for everything that she does. You will hear it repeatedly in here, and I ask her repeatedly through these recordings, what did I do? And she can never answer it. This was in that one of these text messages somewhere. It says, how can we get to this lifestyle as soon as possible? And that was the link when I opened it. And this is truly one of the most beautiful places I've ever found to live. Oh, here, how do we get to this lifestyle? And right there, the link is that video I just showed you of living off grid. Again, you go through our phones and see who researched what. You will find she was the one who did all of this. It's all documented. I mean, this stuff never disappears. She tells me she wishes she could be the stay-at-home mom. She had severe feelings that I can't. I get terrible with words sometimes, especially when I get emotional. It's part of me making this channel. I need to get better at that. She felt jealous over it. But I'm the one who forced our family to move here. It's even in the court documents. I'm the one who isolated our family and won't allow her to have friends when I'm the one who got her her only friend and tried to get her to meet other people, which again I can prove. But this court system doesn't want to hear it. Alright, I'm starting to get cramps and pains. I gotta stand up and walk, and I don't have a recording to play yet at this moment, so I will be right back. Okay, so I'm back. Now I tell you about how the kids talk bad about their mom. This was a message that she sent me when she took him to the store, and he said that he's sick of his mommy. I mean, again, this is all stuff that hurts her, and I understand the pain, but she's the one who causes this. But yet she tries to fight back in wrong ways. I'm going to play another recording now while this is on the screen. This is another one where she blames me for doing things I did not do, does not understand the difference between them. I talk about my daughter hitting my son, and I mean right here was one of the examples of where she hit him and how I had been handling it. The very last time, and her claims that I cussed at my daughter, which is an absolute lie. You hear in here who does the cussing and yelling. I still remember that exact day. It's the first time I've ever given my daughter a timeout. The kids were sitting on the bed, and she picked up a toy and hit him over the head with, hit her brother over the head with it. He started crying. I picked her up, and for the first time I raised my voice and I said, "Baby girl, we don't hit in this house." I carried her down the hallway, and as I'm going down the hallway, I told her we love each other in this house and we don't hit. I set her on her bed and told her that she was getting a timeout and she needs to sit there and think about what she did, and I'll be back in a few minutes to talk about it. As I come down the hallway, her mom walks in the house and asked me what happened. I told her, and I said it's all taken care of. She's just sitting there in timeout, and I'll go talk to her in a few minutes. Again, you listen to that one recording I played. I don't ever do that. That's not how I handle things. I don't handle things. And this is part of why I struggle with disciplining my kids, because then their mom twists it and turns it all around that I'm some demonized person. It's just absolutely horrendous. It's disgusting. So this is a recording here where I tell her, again, I will not hit our kids. She blames me for doing things I did not do again, and she doesn't understand the difference. Again, how do you have a conversation with another adult who is talking like a 2-year-old child and cannot make sense out of things and is lying and twisting and doesn't get it? So here's another one.
Aurora, we don't hit brother. Aurora.
So there's, every kid, most kids, I shouldn't say every kid, a lot of kids go through that stage where they hit each other, trying to find a way to make it stop. So I'll bring this in up to where mom comes in.
I'm trying to work and you're gone at the neighbors for a couple hours, and I'm trying to get work done so we can go and do something, and Laura wakes up and I'm managing her and I'm trying to get my work done. It's frustrating.
And my neighbor asked me for help, so I went to help him. I wasn't over there playing.
And then you come, I didn't yell at anybody. I didn't yell at anybody.
Because when she does something, it's never what it is.
That demonstrates that it's okay to drop animals and throw animals in anger. He threw the piglet yesterday. He threw the cat yesterday. He's watching what you're doing with the animals. So if you are angry and irritated with the animal and you drop the animal, what is he learning?
I wasn't angry. I was just frustrated. I'm trying to make.
I
food.
know,
She's
but
not
okay,
gonna
so
put
if you
something
did
on the
that and
table.
frustrated, anger, frustration, it's the same. There's no difference, right? Let's be real. There's no difference. They're exactly the same emotion.
Everybody gets frustrated in life. Not everybody gets
I realize
angry.
that. She's a kitten. You told me to get a kitten. We have a kitten. So
No.
it's something else that we have to take care of and deal with and manage and train.
I know that.
Okay, so don't get pissed off.
I wasn't.
You were. Can you just be honest and say you were?
I'm glad you're in my.
No.
No, tell me what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, what's going on in my
Drop
head.
the cat and fling the food.
I didn't
Honey,
fling any
you
food.
only have to demonstrate it.
Again,
and it's-
what food did I fling?
Can you just listen for a minute?
No, because I'm not going to sit here and have words put in my mouth and
I'm
be
not
told what
putting
I
words
did
in
that
your
I
mouth.
didn't do. What
I'm
food?
telling you what I'm seeing.
What food did I fling?
Again, she cannot answer because
What
it
cat
didn't
did I
happen.
throw?
Again.
You dropped the cat in anger. Did you drop the cat because you were angry?
No, I was frustrated
Did
because
you
I'm trying
drop
to make the
cat?
plate, and
Did
she's
you
not going to
drop the
place off
cat?
the table.
Did you drop the cat? Did you drop the cat because you were angry?
No, I didn't.
Why can't you say yes? Why is anger such a bad thing?
Because I wasn't angry.
Anger isn't always bad. It's how we respond to it, right?
There's a difference between being frustrated and angry and
No,
saying.
they're the same.
No, they're not.
Same.
No, they're not. Anger is when you act violently.
Frustration
I
is
was
a
not
mask.
acting violently.
Frustration is a mask from me. It is.
Again, I'm not allowed to talk. Everything I say is wrong.
No, frustration and irritation. Anger is when you get violent.
Dropping the cat, who's a baby, who we're trying to teach to the kids to be gentle with, that teaches them that it's okay.
I didn't even just stand there and drop her. I bent halfway over. She was only a foot off the floor.
Can you just admit that they're watching, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're watching you to see how do you interact with the animal.
And I was just trying to be hurried because there was peas rolling across the table, and I trying to get the mess contained before it ended up on the floor. It is totally normal for somebody to bend halfway over and take a cat 6 inches to a foot and just drop it. That's not being mean. It's not ruthless to a cat.
Because you don't have discussions, you attack.
I'm not attacking. I'm saying that I feel.
What's the difference between throwing a cat and dropping it on the floor?
I feel it was wrong
There's
for
a
you.
total difference.
I feel it was wrong for you to drop the cat because I feel that that sends the wrong message to our children who are trying to teach how to take care of
And at
animals.
first it was about her and her mental instability, and now it's about the kids.
There's my open, honest.
Well, maybe it's because he's constantly getting hit and dragged around by his arm and getting treated violently himself.
And that's not an attack.
No, it's the truth. Did you not
But-
just hit him? Did you hit him yesterday?
I did smack him on the bottom. Yes, I did.
So you don't think teaching somebody you're trying not to be violent with violence, that's where... But that was my fault, right? Because you already blamed me for the way he acts.
I see what you're doing. I see that you are twisting this and trying to twist it so that you can bait me, so that you don't have to own any part of any of his raising at all. I see that's what's happening right now, and I'm not going to take the bait because you refuse
I'm not
You
allowed to.
refuse to be
I
on
say
the same-
anything and I'm attacked.
You refuse to be on the same page on how we approach discipline with him.
Yes,
So
we don't approach
I
discipline
have
with
to
him by
be
hitting him.
the only person who actually disciplines the child, because otherwise he runs rampant and you let him do whatever the heck he wants until it gets out of control, and then you throw him across the room or you shove him down. I've seen you shove him down.
What, when I
So
hit him with my butt the other day, knocked him down because he was pushing his sister down?
so let's you want to say
I don't
is
hit him.
is this a productive conversation?
When is it?
What do you think a productive conversation looks like?
Two
Is you
people
attacking me and me attacking you solving anything?
No.
Okay. Then what should our productive conversation look like?
I don't know.
That's the problem. That's the problem, right? Can we agree that that's the problem?
What is
We
the
don't
problem?
know what a productive conversation about this looks like. We have a serious problem with communicating about this topic. Can we both agree on that? It's not productive for you to throw javelins at me or me to throw javelins at you. It doesn't fix the issue, it doesn't help each other, it doesn't lovingly support each other, it does none of that, right?
No, it
So
doesn't.
what can we do different here?
Keep blaming me for your actions and continue this nonsense.
What are you willing to do different in our conversation? What should we do different here?
How many times have you already heard me
What
tell
am I
her?
willing to do different? How can we
Stop the abuse and the violence. It's
if it's not working, it doesn't make sense to keep running in the hamster wheel doing the same things over and over again. But it's not productive to stab each other harmfully.
And you don't realize that's what you do with all your bickering little comments.
You're stabbing me right now.
No.
It's
This
again,
is
it's,
part of how we have a
it's not
productive conversation.
No, it's not. It's not sitting here going, you do this and you do that and you do this and you do that. That's not productive. Then you're just poking at somebody until they're hurt enough.
Well, having a productive conversation usually does hurt. It usually does involve people hearing what they're doing wrong. What needs to change? Because
What's the change then? What are these alternatives? What are the alternatives here?
an alternative should be stop abusing your children and your husband. I mean, you've heard me say it to her how many times, and she don't want to hear it. How much different of a person would I have been without having to been gone through all this, or my children?
What are the alternatives?
I don't know.
No, that's the problem.
You hear me walking away and her following me, and she don't stop.
We have children together. We have to raise them together. We have to work together. We have to live together.
I think that's all there is on that. I'm just going to stop it there. Move on to the next recording. You'll hear my daughter wrapped around me, scared. She tells me I'm more important. This is one of her manic episodes of just explosiveness and again, she wants. It's right in that order. You read it. She wants to claim I'm the one who did this, when I have it recorded, and she is the one who did it. Again, you hear the kids are with me like always. Move it up to where it's relevant.
Why can't you just communicate with me? Why's it gotta be a fight?
Apparently wasn't communication. I didn't start the fight. I'm not the one who walked away crying and yelling.
I didn't start fighting with you. I had one simple question for my husband. For my husband, one simple question. This is what came up on my radar today. What do you think about it? It's the first time I ever heard about this opportunity. So I'm not allowed to talk to you about... No, I had not talked to Stephanie this morning.
So this is a totally different job. I don't know. There's a half a dozen
It
of them on
is.
the table, and I don't even know what's
No, there's
what.
not. But you're not even paying attention to anything I'm saying.
How many people and how many jobs have you talked to me about in the past week?
3. Including the one I just talked to you about with Stephanie. So how is that so confusing? You're not even listening to me because you're looking at your phone, you're not paying any
My
attention.
phone wasn't in my hand.
No, you were looking right at it when I was trying to communicate with you.
I was spending time with my son and looking something up for him because he had a
Your
question.
wife, who takes priority over the children.
So everybody stops and drops
Your
whatever
wife-
they're doing for Angie when she
No,
wants you to.
your wife, husband and wife, husband and wife. This is what's most important, right here. This. Because this, if this doesn't work and there's no communication here and we can't work this out, then the rest of it doesn't work either. So don't use an excuse you're spending time with your son.
You're
Your
gonna
wife
sit
came
here
in
and
the
tell me I was
house.
staring at my phone when I was doing it for my kid. I'm not doing this for me. I wasn't
I
playing.
know, but your wife came up to you to have a conversation with you about something rather important. So you disregarded me. It's
I didn't
not important.
disregard you. I
It's
was
not
finishing
important.
What I was doing with
It's
my
not
kid.
important. It doesn't rate for you.
How does it not rate for me? I'm in the middle of doing something with my kid. You couldn't wait 30 seconds? No.
No.
We wait for Angie. Everybody wait for Angie. Everybody.
Who's the adult? Talking about making money.
Stop yelling at me. I'm holding our daughter right here in your face.
Then put her down. Who's the adult
Well,
here?
she was wrapped around my leg because you're sitting here like this again.
Because you treat me like shit.
Yes, I'm the one who yells at you, belittles you, hits
You
you,
treat
throws
me
stuff at
like
you.
shit.
That's
You
me.
you do.
You're the one who does that to me, so how are you treating me?
What are you even talking about?
What
Where are you bringing up some kind of ancient history?
What's happened since we've lived here?
Okay, so you're bringing up history. Let's do this again.
Well, was
That's
me looking at my
relevant.
phone
That's
history?
highly relevant to this whole conversation.
Was me looking at
Let
my
me
phone
start
trying to show
throwing
something?
rocks at you from the past
That's
again,
exactly what you
instead
did.
of even having conversation about this particular topic.
That's exactly what you did. You threw rocks at me. I wasn't allowed to defend myself. You brought up that.
What rocks?
Are you kidding me? You didn't just bring up about a job from a long time ago that you took and didn't tell me about and didn't.
I did tell you about it. I had conversation with you about it. I got defensive because, again, I'm trying to communicate with you, but you don't want to talk. You want to stay in Jason world and do whatever is convenient for Jason, and you don't want to have anything to do with what Angie has going on. Nothing. None. Zero. You want to stay as far away from me as possible, so I'm not even sure why I'm even here half the time, except to make sure that your house is clean, you've got food on the table, and the animals and children are cared for. Other than that, I don't know what I'm here for you for. You don't touch me. You don't ever touch me. You don't ever rub on me. You don't ever...
I rubbed your neck after I sat here for 2 weeks with a vertebrae out in my neck.
Really?
Yes.
You rub my neck? I must have missed it because I don't remember that.
You sat right down because I was rubbing AJ's back and you said, oh, if Mommy needs some of that too, and you pushed him out of the way and you jumped in line.
You didn't touch me.
Yes, I
You
did. I
didn't
rubbed
lay.
your neck.
You didn't lay a finger on me.
Yes,
I
I did.
ended
I
up
even laid
moving.
down and put my arm around you
No,
last
I
night
ended
and
up
got it.
moving away. You don't.
So she just admitted she moved away even though I was doing that stuff, but I wasn't doing that stuff. Do you know how confusing this is in conversation with her?
You couldn't live in a 2,000 square foot house in Sylvania either.
Yeah, good. I was doing just fine.
No, you still had all sorts of problems, throwing all sorts of fits, hate your house, hate everything.
Ask the neighbors, they watched it.
No, you didn't.
Right.
Go through our text messages, you can see it just in
Probably you should
text.
look in the mirror because the person you're talking about is yourself.
Once again, point fingers. Point
I
fingers.
am. I'm pointing at the mirror.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, because you're running to point fingers at me. You refuse to look at anything that you've done wrong. Anything. Nothing.
What have
You
I
can't
done wrong?
possibly possibly
I'm
have
asking you.
anything to do with you at all.
What did I do
What
wrong?
did you do wrong? I approached you to talk to you about a conversation I had with Stephanie while I was gone about a job. And your immediate knee-jerk reaction was to shove me away and bark at me.
No, it wasn't. I said we talked about this morning.
That's not
We
how you
spent
said
hours talking about it over weeks, and you don't want to take it, and then you want to take it, and you don't want to take it. I mean, why am I going to sit here and be spinning in a spiral?
Because
if you want a job, take a job. If you don't want a job, don't get a job. I support you either way.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I'm the one who told you don't take a job. Sit here and enjoy life and relax for a little bit.
You don't support me at all.
Did I not say don't take a job?
You don't
Sit,
support
relax,
me
and
at all.
enjoy life.
You do not support me at
No,
all.
that's not supporting a woman. That's not supporting a wife saying take a break. No, that's not supporting a woman
When's
saying.
the last time you paid any of the bills that are on the books?
I just paid mine bill last week.
Your bill? Your bill.
Trying to pay my child support.
Did you pay my phone ever?
Yes, I have. I'm the one who went and got it.
You didn't pay for it. I've been paying for it all along. Let's talk about support. Who's really supporting who here? Again. You got a check for $800 and
What, I bought stuff to fix the stuff around
I don't know
here?
what you do with it. You just do whatever you want with the money that you get, and I'm responsible for taking care of all the bills.
And I'm responsible for taking care of buying all the stuff to fix everything around here and fixing it and doing all that.
You wanted this place.
I did. I love it here. I'm not the one complaining about it. You are.
I am.
You complained about when we lived in a 2,000 square foot house in Sylvania. That wasn't enough.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it was. You were the one who just had to get out of there and get up here.
That's a big load of big...
You want to talk to the psychologist who told me that...
pile of poo.
Hold on a second. You remember...
Whose idea was it to come up here?
Do you not...
Own that.
Do you remember...
Whose idea was it?
Did I pick the UP? No, you did.
Yes, you
no,
did.
you were the one. This
Liar.
is God's country. We talked about this in front of a psychologist. This is all documented.
Liar.
This is all documented in front of a psychologist. We've already sat in front...
Pathological liar.
Really? Because he's the one who told me to get away from you.
You are a chronic pathological liar.
Angie, stop it.
You are a chronic pathological liar.
I'm a liar, but I'm digging up the past. And which one is it?
Why you gotta wait for me to come home so that you can make dinner? Are you incapable of making food?
I'm making it right now, aren't I?
No, but you didn't touch it until I came home.
They just ate at 4 o'clock.
What, a piece of ham?
No, they each ate a sandwich, and she had more ham. And a pear. I was waiting to make dinner for my wife to come home. I mean, that's what you do as a couple, right?
She was the one that was right there.
Sit down, dirty girl.
She said you were allowed.
Life choices. I'm just going to once again make the choices, and then listen to you tell me how I've been a dictator.
Coming down.
But again, I'm the demanding, controlling person. And again, you hear who the kids are with.
Like, I have bigger socks still. But the other sock, the other.
I'll stop that one. I think I only have one more recording to play, and I'm just going to get it done and out of the way because I want to get these videos wrapped up and out there. Actually, yeah, looks like there's only one more. So this, I believe, will be the last recording I play. And then I'm going to try to wrap up this video and try to finish this up. In this recording, and she acts like I'm hurting her. Again, this is another time I called 911. Oh, which one is it? I believe it's that one. Alright, I'm going to pause this for a minute because I got to make sure I have the right recording coming out. I'm having trouble reading and seeing. Well, here I believe is the last recording that I have to play.
Oh, baby,
Go
yep.
to that pool one again.
You want to go to the park?
Look, again, me taking the kids to the park. I moved here to be outside, not to be in a house. That's why the house doesn't mean as much to me, is because it's a place to lay my head and use the bathroom. It's beautiful outside here all year round, and I love it. I'd rather be outside than in. But I'm the one who puts our kids in front of a TV all day.
You're not going and spending more money. Give me my card. Give me my card. Come on, give me my card, please. Well, you have no, absolutely zero respect for me. So give me my card, please. Give me my card, please. You don't want to talk to me. You want to walk away and just point fingers and tell me that I'm crazy. So I'm crazy. So just let's leave it like that. And you go find some little hooker woman to be with, and I will go enjoy myself. Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being treated the way you don't want to be treated. You don't like the way you're treated. I don't like the way I'm treated. That means our marriage sucks.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. I didn't have
Look
a
at
good
me.
time at all yesterday. Did you?
Yes, I did.
You
How
didn't-
you had all sorts of fun. You were smiling, you were laughing, the kids enjoyed themselves all the way up until we went to the park, and then you started having panic attacks again.
No, because you just don't talk to me. You don't want to talk about anything. You want to sweep it all under this shit. Dude, we got shit just out in the yard. Just shit.
We can't
Who
ever
lives
talk about
like this?
anything.
Looks
And
like
who
what?
has their shit piles
You're
just
pointing at plants.
seeping up out of the ground so that the kids can come through and play? Who? Ghetto trash. That's what you call it. Ghetto trash. Well, we're living like ghetto trash with our shit right here out the back door, smelling it.
Well, then call up
I'm
lumber and have them
tired.
come look at it.
Give me my card so that I can make sure I manage my funds.
This was exactly 10 days after I called 911 on her in the other
I told you to
recording
stay in
that you
the house.
heard.
Give me my card.
Come here. Come here. Come here, please. Come here. Talk to me. No, this isn't a one-way street. That's part of what you don't seem to understand. You don't treat me one way and then expect me to treat you totally different. Look at me. Stop.
I'm all done talking, Jason. I've talked
Please
myself blue in
stop.
the face. I will go and find a better life for me because this isn't it.
Well, this is what you wanted.
No, I did not want this.
Well, like I said,
I never even got to
we
see
never
it.
planned on a 500% increase in lumber. We didn't know that was coming. Nobody did. So now we
I
got to
didn't
work
want
with what we
this,
have
no,
to.
Really, I didn't want all of my belongings. Why did I even bother to bring my desk and my file cabinet to sit outside for a year? Which was my work space. I don't get to have a workspace except for the broken down camper. Do you not see any of it? Are you just that blind?
No, I feel pretty blessed with what we have. We're debt
Well,
free.
good. I'm glad you feel blessed. I will go make sure that I can feel blessed too, because I don't.
Well, that's the thing. One day you do, one day you don't. One day it's just the greatest place in the world. The next day I hate it here. I don't even know what you want.
I want a home.
But I'm the one who plays Jekyll and Hyde.
Are you gonna give me my card or not?
I don't know. I don't.
I'm gonna cancel it if you don't, so give it to me. It's not yours. Your name isn't on it. So by holding it hostage, you what? I need to go to the dollar store. I've got things that I need to get.
No, you want to run off again.
No,
That's
I
what I'm
don't.
scared of.
You ran off.
When did I run off?
And it doesn't matter.
Again, blame me for things I didn't do and not be able to answer the questions.
You tried to hold me hostage. You're holding me hostage?
No, I'm not holding you hostage. Your van's
That's
right
what
there.
that
You
is.
can leave anytime you want. I
Then
don't
give me
want
my
you to
card.
leave.
Then give me my
I
card.
don't want you to leave. I want this family together. You and I need each other whether you realize it or not.
I don't need it.
Yes, you do. Angie, we have never had anybody like we have from each other. Never.
It's been great. I'm so happy. I can't handle it with me.
What do you mean I can't handle it with you? I've been handling it. Don't think I can't handle it with anger. You can't control it. I don't know how to handle
Then
deal with it.
and let's just call it good.
No, there is no such thing as just call it good. Because I'm here to help you. If you
No,
don't,
you're not.
yes, you don't. You may not
You're
realize it,
not. You're
Angie.
here to go and do whatever it is. You go everywhere else to help everybody else except for the one person who's supposed to mean the most in your life.
I do 10 times
You
more here than I
refuse
do
to do
anywhere
anything
else.
that she needs or wants. And instead, you make her feel bad or guilty for even asking.
How do I make you feel guilty for even asking? How?
Really?
Yes, really. How?
Give me my card.
Please.
I want to
No.
talk to you more.
Angie, I'm not losing you. Come here. Please come here. Please.
And in this text message, you see that every man has thrown her the short end of the stick when actually she's the one who's done that to every man. And again, I'm the angry, abusive monster. Here's another text message about me laughing over our kid having a problem, and I'm the abusive, angry monster. This was my response to that text message.
If she gets mad again, you're on the
Oh, I need your seat. Your seat.
Can we go to the hotel?
No, I don't know about the hotel.
The pool is the hotel. Dad, here. Here. Here, Dad.
We'll play. Together.
I want to go around to the hotel again.
Thank you, sweet pea. What do I do with this?
You just smell it.
Oh, that smells good.
It doesn't smell like anything. You just put it up too. And you make it look like a gill. From a hair tie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And this was something in this text message. I would sit up every night, all night with my kids while they were having problems and nightmares and waking up in the middle of the night. And I was hardly getting any sleep. And I did that so that she could sleep because she was the one working. Here you see more jealousy of the time I get to spend with the kids. Here's her stating she has to get to the root of her anger problems.
And then the hotel is after the playground.
I tell her she's not alone. I'm trying to help her.
Go to the playground first, then go to the hotel.
You're switching pills in anger.
Those things out of my shoe. Hey. Dad, I can't climb up. Yeah, I'm down. Walk over here.
Here's me telling her I'm scared of her.
Like Daddy?
Again, through all these recordings, you hear the kids are with me, daddy, daddy, daddy. God, do I miss it? I miss my kids wrapped around me. I wish it wasn't in fear of their mother that they were wrapped around me, but I mean, you hear the nonsense in the...
Dad, what are you doing? We're taking the glider off?
Yep.
We have to go to the playground first. And then the hotel. So can we go to the playground first?
Yeah, for sure go to the playground.
Then we can go to the hotel. Like that.
Angie, I love you. Look at me. Please. I love you. I know this is tough, but we're gonna get through it. We will, I promise. No, things don't always go like they plan. But
Nothing goes like it's planned with you. Not a fucking thing.
Was there any way I could foresee a 500% increase
You
in
never
lumber?
even had any money to do it in the first damn place. It's all a lie. It's all a fucking carrot dangled in front of Angie's face.
No,
You
it's
don't
not.
care. You told me the other day, you don't care. You could live in this hovel for the rest of your life because all it is a place to lay your head at night. Well, good for you, but I can't, and I won't.
And I understand that. I don't expect you to.
Yes, you do.
No,
You just want
I
to keep
don't.
dangling the carrot. Dangle the carrot. Dangle the carrot. Keep
Please
stringing me
stop
along.
that. How am I stringing you along? No.
Because you
Please.
lie. You make promises that you don't keep.
I'm gonna build us a house. I could not see a 500% increase.
You didn't ever
coming.
have any money to do it in the first place.
Really? Because I had ways to make money, and I've been making money, and we've been doing
You have a
things.
savings account that's dedicated to our house?
Nobody does.
How do you know?
I guess that's finances behind my
There
back,
was
as
no
you
money.
see in the protection order.
The only money we had was the money we got from the stimulus checks.
Yeah, that's gone. You just make sure you spend every single fucking $4,000 penny of that.
Wait, I did? Didn't you spend thousands of dollars on Anna out of that? Didn't you?
Thousands of dollars on Anna.
You gave her $1,000 for food. That's where that came out of. Was out of that account.
Yeah, because that's part of my responsibility as her mother to help her through college. And I
No,
made that
as
commitment.
a mother, it's not your
I made that
responsibility to pay for
commitment.
your daughter to go to college. That is not your responsibility.
I made that commitment to my daughter.
Did you even
You know
discuss
why?
it with me? No, you just tell me this is what I'm doing, and then
Well, do you discuss that you're making extra payments on your child support for your son?
that's what
No.
yes, we did. You told me to start doing it. We just said
No, there
this
was
is what
no
we need to do.
discussion. There was no, and she's my daughter. I don't have to clear it through you if I intend to help her
But
in
that's
college.
still not a communicative relationship. All you have to do is say, "Baby, can we do?"
You wouldn't be. You know why I don't communicate with you? Because of this.
Because of what? What did I do?
Because you're saying, "Oh, you got to spend thousands of
No.
dollars on Anna. Oh, you got to spend
No,
thousands
you-
of dollars on her."
Once again, you blamed me, and I defended myself because I didn't spend that money.
You don't ever have any money.
But you just told me I spent the $4,000, which wasn't true. This is
No,
What?
you just spent the whole stimulus check. Do you
On
want me to
what?
go through? I don't know. I would like to know where it is. Because that $5,000 is gone. And that wasn't for her food.
$1,000 out of that.
No, it did not.
Then where did that $1,000 come from?
That was from the last stimulus check.
No, that money was gone. We didn't have any money left after that until we got those checks. Remember, there's only a few $100s in the bank account.
Because you spend money like it's water, which is why I want the card back.
What did I spend money on?
Do you want me to print out the bank statements so you can look at them?
Hardware store, Myers, Walmart, shoes, clothes, stuff to...
Do you want me to print out the bank statements? Because I'd like to know where $4,000 went.
So would I. Go print them out.
Give me my card.
But she wouldn't because it would prove her wrong.
No. See, you know that if I take the card, then this is your way to hold me hostage. And you know I don't have any money, and you have all the money. So there you go. Who's controlling things now?
Isn't that what you do every single year?
Then why?
Again, she can't deny
We're
it.
getting a divorce.
She does it to me every year, and she
Getting a
even did it
divorce.
to me last year. Which is why we're at where we're at now.
Will you please stop this?
No, I won't.
She spent $3,300 out of that $4,000 on her daughter, but blamed me for blowing all the money. $3,300 out of that $4,000 she spent.
You can live your life the way you want to. Can I have my card, please?
And you're about to hear again another woman who's so scared of her abusive husband attacking her husband and abusing him some more and making up more stories, and I call 911 again. I'm not trying to control her, I'm trying to protect myself and my children. The money I made and the cash I had here in this house that I made when she ran off last year, she took it all with her, $1,500. She took it. She's the one who does that to me every year. And then goes out and brings other men into our house while I'm gone in front of our children. Because that's safe for kids, safe for her, and that's what we need to teach our kids, right? Go to church and learn this is wrong, but watch mommy do the complete opposite. That's twisting kids' minds. You can hear me, I'm in the truck putting our kids' seatbelts on and getting them in the seats.
Get one for me in case I'm first.
Hey, baby girl. Good peanut. Turns in, sweet pea. It's okay.
My little chunky-legged little girl who's gotten her legs, her thighs pinched in the seatbelts. That's what that was about.
Look at my wallet!
And here comes mom behind me attacking me some more.
Don't hit me again.
Give me my bank card. Give me my card.
Stop it, Angie.
What
the hell is wrong with you? Nothing hurt you. What is wrong with you? Oh my God.
Are you calling the police on me again?
This,
You're the one who just assaulted me.
I did not.
to assault you. I grabbed my
Do you
teeth.
see my arm?
Let me see your arm.
Not
There's
a-
nothing there.
I'm the one with marks on me. She has no marks on her. Tired of living. I couldn't live like that anymore. My kids should not still continue to have to live under those conditions. Their mom has done this to every man she's been with. Again, you heard in one recording, I don't turn to the coping mechanisms I used to: drugs, alcohol, going out and having sex. She did it through our whole marriage. It's not true, because I guess if it happened before 30 seconds ago, it's ancient history. There is, in this other recording that I was playing a few minutes before this one, there was part of that I missed. But I think it's still relevant, and I'd like to go back and go back to that other recording and finish it in just a minute. Can you hear our kids' reaction to their mother? We don't like mommy. But I can't tell them no either. What do you do? Teach your kids that right is wrong and wrong is right? I mean, I don't know what to do in these situations, and nobody should ever be put in these situations to begin with. And the systems whose job it is to stop this should have.
And for the record, I know you're not saying it, so we'll just go ahead and put it out there. I know you're not happy about Anna and Aiden coming on Thursday, and you've made it pretty evident every time I talk about it that you feel that way. I would appreciate if you wouldn't demonstrate that behavior while they're here, and maybe show a little bit of happiness that they're actually here visiting their mother for Mother's Day. That might be something nice.
Okay.
Because this is for me.
I know.
I've birthed those 4 children, and I deserve to have them here on Mother's Day, and I deserve my husband to be supportive of that.
Again, you hear my kids, I love you, Daddy. And again, you hear her say that I didn't have to say anything. She knows what I'm thinking. She knows what I'm... And it's always something bad. I'm always thinking something bad in her head.
Smoke some pot now.
This is somebody should be yelling in front of a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old.
What do you think he thinks that you're doing out there?
Again, that's not conversation you have in front of
Go
children.
ask anybody. Everybody at church is like, oh, I'm so happy that you get to see your kids. But guess what? My husband's not happy. My husband can't even demonstrate any kind of happiness about it or supportiveness about it for me. Instead, he has to scowl at me and grumble about and make me feel bad because I want my kids here.
Yeah, you wanted to only possibly have the virus too, but none of that matters. It's what Angie wants and what Angie gets.
Who has the virus?
Last Mother's Day, we were all sick the week right after the virus hit, and you said you don't care.
No, I don't, because they're my children.
No, well, if we had the virus and gave it to them, and I guess
But
that was
then
worth
so
it.
what? It's my
That's
children.
a mother who loves their children, is worried, doesn't care if she gives them a virus that's been some plague.
What are you talking about? You're the one who walks around with no mask on your face now. And
Now.
tells everybody that it's a hoax. At church on Sunday, you looked Garrett in the face and said, I think it's stupid to wear a mask. I don't wear a mask. This whole thing's a secret hoax. So now you're going to sit here and make me feel guilty? Again, stop it, making me feel guilty. You're not educated at all. You're cookie sloppy.
Whatever the flavor of the lunch is, not me. Who is he? No response. Huh.
No, I'm tired of talking about this in front of our children. But you want to talk about who's the flippy floppy, and in here she claims that I'm the one who's the Heckle and Hyde, or Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, hold on.
Right before she took off.
Take the kids and get out of here. They don't need to sit here and keep going through this.
Going through what? We're having an adult conversation.
This isn't what you do in front of children.
Oh, whatever. You do all kinds of wonderful things in front of the children, don't you?
Again, everything is coming from anything about
You do all kinds of work. You are just a saint. I'm going to put you on the
I responded with a little bear with the hearts. I don't see him in here, and I'm having trouble seeing. 2 weeks before she ran off claiming, or a week and a half before she ran off claiming that I was abusing her and the children, again, she sent me a message similar to this one. I have to dig through and find them, and I'm struggling with my vision right now.
Where people actually have space, where children actually can have space to play inside their homes.
Alright, that's enough of that recording. I mean, you hear her. This is not conversation you have in front of children. She smoked just as much, if not more pot than I did. She would smoke it and start smoking it during the day while she's working. I don't start smoking it till at the earliest after dinner. That was, usually I'd have dinner ready when she got off work, and we'd eat dinner, and then I'd go out and have a smoke break. An awful lot of the time, and I'm going to say honestly, it was probably about 50-50. I mean, look at what I'm dealing with. I need something to calm me down and keep my mind under control. I mean, it's insanity living like this day in and day out. She sent me, so right before she left, she sent me a message similar to this, and I'd have to go through and try to find it. I have them. I sent them to the attorney. She sent me a message like this. The very day before, she sent me a text message yelling at me and flipping out like you hear her in these recordings, and the next day it's sexual talk. Now, I had 6 hernias. I could not have sex. I still, because of the damage that I have from this, cannot have sex. And the damage in my body, I mean, that's just how bad it is. I cannot have sex. Standing in the living room, my children were sitting on the floor playing, and I was standing next to them because I couldn't get down on the floor yet, and I was waiting for my body to calm down so I could get down on the floor. And she walks in the house to go in to use the bathroom from her office, and as she walks by me, she grabs me aggressively and hard right in my crotch and says, "I want to F you right now." Now, my kids are sitting literally right in front of me. Their faces are pretty much at my crotch level. Not only did it hurt so bad that it brought tears to my eyes because, I mean, I had hernias. All of them were golf balls the size of eggs and had been diagnosed several years and were supposed to be taken care of and fixed several years prior to this. So I sat there in pain and told her we don't do this in front of our children. I mean, this is why I didn't tell her this, but this is why her and her daughter and her mom, I mean, it's all been passed down. You don't act like that in front of children. No, it turned into, I don't love her, I don't care about her, I think she's fat, not the fact that you just don't do that in front of kids, because it's not about the kids. Where do I go with this now? I mean, I've really set out enough. So right after she took off, and I found out where she was, she had just, what was it? She left on, if I remember correctly, a Wednesday, and on Monday prior to that, I had put a video game system in my son's room, in my kid's room, and this is the way I did my daily routine. I got up. My son was always the first out of bed. He's like his mom, hits the ground in the morning with his feet running. I would get up and make him breakfast, and then my daughter, very shortly after, would always follow behind him. But my daughter's like me. She likes to lay in bed and snuggle for a little bit and wake up. So every single morning, God, do I miss it, she would curl up in my arm, and she'd go back to sleep for 20-30 minutes, and then we'd get up, and I'd make her breakfast. I'd go out and do my chores and take care of the animals. And in the morning, for some reason, the two always got along well together. So in the morning, I gave them some time together. It was just, I'd do my chores and laundry and whatever needed to be done. And then I would be interactive with the kids. In school, I was homeschooling our son. I'd start school around 10 o'clock. Usually around 11:30, we'd take a break and I'd cook lunch. I'd make lunch. We'd always have brunch at 10. I mean, these kids ate nonstop. Eat breakfast in the morning, brunch at 10, lunch at noon. Then we'd spend, after lunch, we'd go out and play for a little bit. And then I'd try to spend some one-on-one time with each kid. And I'd give one an activity to do alone while I went and spent time with one child. And then I'd give that child an activity to do alone, and I would go spend time alone with the other child. And we'd spend a half hour, 45 minutes together and do something. God, do I miss it. This house is so quiet without them. Then after our individual time, we would spend time, the three of us, together. And then when Mommy got off work and after dinner, I tried to give Mommy some time with the kids. I really tried to balance this all out the absolute best that I could. I don't know how I could have done any better. Give Mommy some time with the kids, and Daddy can go out and get some chores done, get set up for my night of whatever work I plan on doing that night. Again, I'm such a terrible abusive monster. This is what I made her my wife for Valentine's Day. I got my first deer that year. First deer I've ever shot. I took the hide and I tanned it. I made a heart out of it, and I put on there, I love my deer. But I'm an abusive, angry monster. That's what abusive, angry monsters do, right? Even after being abused as badly as I have from that woman over the years. But on that Monday, before she left, she smashed my daughter's favorite dollhouse. This right here was her favorite toy. Smashed it and threw it out the door. You can see the roof lines don't match. See the right hand side where it's white? You see the white stripe? That's actually wall panel board that I sanded down, and it was the only thing I could find thin enough to put on there and fix it. If you notice, the roofs on the gables don't match because they were broken, and I fixed it. When I found out where they had moved to before this protection order said that I couldn't send this to her house, I mailed my kids their favorite toys, including this, and my daughter cried on the phone, "Daddy, you are so great. Daddy, thank you so much. Daddy, I love it." So what did Mommy do? Mommy smashed it and threw away, and everything I've sent to them, she has smashed and thrown away. My kids, I have it recorded, telling me over and over and over, Mommy threw it away. I was forced to be treated like the criminal and forced to see my children under supervised visitation. I drive a 13-hour round trip to see my kids for 1 hour underneath supervised visitation, and every toy I took to them, I have it recorded. Hey, did you guys have fun playing with this? No, Mom threw it away. What does that do to kids? She is creating just a terrible, terrible situation for them. But I'm a terrible, terrible father and a terrible husband, and I don't do nothing. God, over the years, the things I made my wife, even made her daughter. I'm so proud of what I was able to do. I talk about my daughter and I snuggling in bed together. I have lots of pictures of that. She's my little baby girl, and I miss her so much. So when I talk about me being a good person and all these other things, I mean, these are text messages that I've sent to her, and hopefully I can get these in some sort of order. But these are where, and she told me our kids would never go back to her stepmom or her moms and stepdads and to her dads and her families ever again. I even have professional witnesses to this. But every time she goes through it, she turns back to him and goes back to him again and allows our children to suffer the consequences of all that. This is me trying to tell her, you don't keep subjecting your kids. I tell her my parents were abusive. They will never see my children. I can't read what all's going on here, so I'm trying my best. She kept asking me to let this dog who bit our children in the face 5 times in a 2-week time period to continue letting her back into the house. And I told her we are not allowing a dog who continues to attack our children in the house. I was not allowed to get rid of the dog. I even went to the vet and talked to them about that dog. And they told me they put down that breed of dog more than any other breed specifically because of that reason. These dogs are known to attack children. I did not know that when I got this dog. That was the puppy you saw earlier. Yes, she's cute. Yes, she was adorable. But she's dangerous. The last 3 times she bit our kids, she bit them around the eyes, which made me question whether she was targeting it. And you shouldn't have to allow to continue having that continue and even have to even think about it. It should have been stopped right away, but I was not allowed to. I'm such an abusive man, and I abuse animals so badly that I tell her I don't want to have this dog put down, because if she does it again, that's where she's going. She went out and gave her, the very last time the dog bit our kid in the face, our son walked by the bed. He didn't touch her, didn't even touch the bed. I was sitting right there and watched the whole thing. She lunged off the bed and bit him around his eyes. I picked the dog up, and as I pick up the dog and I'm walking towards the door, my wife starts screaming at me not to hurt her. I'm not hurting her. I'm putting her outside. She can't be in the house no more. I didn't hit her. I didn't scream. I didn't even do nothing. All I did was just pick the dog up and take her outside and dropped her on the porch. She immediately went out there and immediately gave the dog treats for biting our kid in the face, because that's how you teach your dog not to. The same thing she does with our kids in church. They don't be quiet. We shove candy down their mouth. Even cough drops. We don't have any candy there. Just give them cough drop after cough drop after cough drop, because kids are not supposed to have cough drops. But I guess that's easier for you than actually being a parent and actually having to properly discipline your kid and make them sit there and learn. Part of what I turn to church for is a congregation that is more disciplined than the rest of society. People who follow the rules. There's I believe 268 hours in a week, if I remember correctly, and you can't spend 1 hour sitting down paying the Lord and paying the pastor respect and just be quiet. Went to a church where we did visit another church, and again, I lock our family down, and I'm so upset, and I'll get to this church thing in a minute. Went to another church, and people in the pew, a couple over from us, sat there and ate breakfast and crinkled bags and chopped food and were very disrespectful. I don't want to see that in my church, in part because I don't want my kids to think that that's okay. And part of the problem with their mom was she would tell me, look, those are good people over there, and they're giving their kids food to be quiet. Well, they can be good people. It doesn't mean I'm going to raise my kids the same way they do. I'm not going to teach my kids discipline by treating them for being bad. It's very simple. So that's part of what I look to the church for, is for a congregation that has more respect and discipline than what you see in society. Part of why I go to church, because I like that discipline and respect. God, I remember texting this message right here. I sat down crying when I mean, she's even told me her family is abusive. They've abused all of their kids. That's why 2 of them verbally refused to talk to their parents, because they were so abused over their lifetime, and they refuse, absolutely, verbally, you will never F and see your grandkids. I don't want you to F around here. They're very abusive because they were abused by their parents. And I tell her, we don't subject ourselves to this. You don't continue to put yourself in abusive situations. Maybe I should have listened to that myself with her. My parents and my family are abusive, and they're drug addicts, and they're bad people, but guess what? They've never met my children. Not only do they not want to, but my children will never be left with my parents, because I know that they're bad. And I'm not going to subject my kids to that. As painful as it was, I had to stand up and be an adult and do the right thing by my kids, not myself, to protect myself. And trust me, I need protection in a lot of ways. But at the same time, that's using people. That's continuing subjecting yourself to abuse. So when she talks in here about how I lied about the church having COVID, I have the text message from the pastor where he told me they have COVID. He gave me the heads up and said, and I appreciate the fact that he gave me the heads up for it. But they had COVID in church between Thanksgiving and Christmas. That is the time of year that more people go to church that don't normally go to church than any other time of the year. Especially where we live. Because people come here and spend holidays. It's a tourist. So people come here that don't normally go to church. So you can't warn everybody. They did not put a sign out front that said COVID containment area, enter at your own risk. I am greatly appreciative that he told me that COVID was going through the church. They all still went to church anyways, even though they were sick and knew they had COVID. To me, that was wrong. Again, I look for discipline and respect. Now we know COVID was pretty much a joke. I mean, where did it go? Viruses just don't disappear. Black plagues just don't disappear. But yet it has. All I know is in the beginning we were told the Black Plague is hit, locked down, and you follow the rules. That's how you protect your family. You follow rules. No, was it enjoyable? Not at all. But you know what? Neither is dying or watching other people die. One of the big problems I had with all this in the church too was the dad whose son is stated here having COVID. He worked in the post office. He didn't take any time off of work. Instead, he possibly spread the virus through the mail. Now, one of the problems I have with that is they got 10 kids. We were at the time getting $300 per kid for the stimulus for what we were even heard us just talking about in the recordings. That's what that money was. It was the $300 per kid per month for COVID costs. So that should have more than covered what he was making at the post office. And one of the problems I have is after I went back after all this happened and after she ran off and I went back and talked to them, they admitted all of this. They even, what they did was wrong. But one of the problems I have is they just said, we didn't worry about it because the Lord will provide. We are still people. We still have responsibilities. We are not supposed to just live our lives thinking the Lord's going to do everything for us. That's not how it works. And over this time period, I never said a word. She was the one who kept bringing it up. We didn't even make it into the driveway home before she's yelling at me. So the day we went into church, and she again claims that in this protection order or one of these court documents that I'm falsely accusing the church of giving us COVID. Well, here's what happened. I waited 2 weeks after this text message. Maybe it was even closer to 3. And then said, okay, now it should be safe for us to go back. There's two sessions in our church. It starts out with our normal church service, in which all the families sit together. Then we take a 15-minute break, and then we have 45 minutes where the kids go into Bible school, and we have our own Bible study. And honestly, I really enjoy it because we get to ask questions and interact with the Bible study. She wants to claim that I'm making all this up, and they did not give us COVID. So during that church session, I did not get us up and walk out immediately. I waited until the service was over. And then in between the two services, I asked her, I said, I don't know that this is COVID, but I see they're still sick. We've already been warned COVID is going through their family. I would feel safer going home. And it was just that simple. And yes, they did have COVID. One of the elderly gentlemen, he always stands. It's a single wide doorway in the doorway. And you have to walk right by him in order to get into the church. So after my wife had agreed that we'll go home and be safe, she went in to get our son. My daughter was standing there holding my hand in the parking lot, and she'd been in there for a couple of minutes, and I'm going, what is she doing? So I walk over to the door and open the door to go back in, and as soon as I do, there's the elderly gentleman standing there and sneezed right in my face. I mean, I literally had to wipe his snot off my face. Again, that's not discipline. That's not respect. I was supposed to go, my best friend that you've heard me talk about being murdered, I was supposed to go over to his house the next day. But I came home and told him what happened and said, even though we're not sick yet, I am not taking the chance of coming down and giving you elderly people COVID. That's discipline. That's respect. A couple days later, I got sick and tested positive for COVID. I had it. To me, that's wrong. We don't know, and now we know more, and now we don't even know everything because it's been so falsely and just terribly spun in circles through the world about what COVID was and meant, and all I know is what it did, and it hurt a lot of people. People lost businesses, people lost their lives over it. So what did it all really mean? We don't really know. All I know is when we have a fear, we protect ourselves. We protect each other. We protect our community, our society, and I'm such a terrible person that during COVID, I went down to our local grocery store, which we live in a small town. I talked to Heidi, which is the lady who runs the store, it's the owner's daughter, and I told her if, we don't normally have curbside pickup here, I told her if she was willing to, especially for elderly people who are sick and don't have anybody, if they could place orders, if she would put the order together for them, let them pay over the phone, and then I free of charge will come and pick them up and deliver them and put them on their porch. A simple way I could give back to my community. Again, respect and discipline. And looking out for one another. And who knows if people did die. There were elderly people who do not normally come to church who were coming to church. These are text messages I sent her. I'm not bad-mouthing anybody. I'm not saying, I'm trying to just get over being sick and not worry about it. She had just taken that week off for vacation during, after Christmas. And it was spent being scared and sick. My job to keep my kids safe and my family safe. I get no support from my wife. It's always about her and what she wants. Nobody else is allowed to have feelings. Nobody's allowed to have anything that could even possibly make her feel off kiltered, and you don't even know what can even cause that. But like I tell her, she's the one stirring the pot by continuing the fight. Just give me some time. I did not stop her from going to church, and I've told her you can go to church. She even went and spent time with, her friend. I'm not stopping you at all, but personally, I cannot go and look people in the eye, and I don't feel comfortable being able to not be able to stand in front of somebody and have a conversation without having feelings. I couldn't go and I couldn't look people in the eye, and until that passed out of me, I was not going and starting any trouble. That's part of what people need to learn to do. Instead, they put themselves in the situation with the emotion, and then it creates a tornado. I didn't want any confrontation, and I was trying to avoid it. One of these, if I can find it, I even tell her that COVID, to do that's like playing Russian roulette. You don't stick a bullet in a gun, spin the chamber, point it at somebody's head, and pull the trigger and go, oh, the gun didn't go off, so everything is okay. No, it's not. What you did was wrong. I don't know. It's not right. She claims in here that I'm the one who pushes faith onto her, and that I tell her she needs to submit to the Lord. If you go through, there are countless text messages just like this that she keeps sending me. Just biblical scriptures over and over and over and over again. Again, she's the one who pushes the religion. I'm obviously not against religion. I'm the one who found the church and started going to the church before she ever came back in 2020. And the church has seen her with these actions firsthand. There was one night we were going through this, and I went up to the church and sat down in a pew and started crying, and the pastor came out and started talking to me. I handed him my phone and said, I don't even know what she's sending me, and she's just blowing up my phone. I said, this is just absolutely ridiculous, and I'm tired of living like this and going through it, and we need help. He started reading the text message and handed me my phone back and said, this is so vulgar, I won't even look at it. What she was texting me was so off the wall, just vulgar, that our pastor wouldn't even read it. I wish I still had that phone. That phone ended up going up in smoke when I plugged it into a charger one day. But again, you go call the phone company and get all the records. I could keep going on and on and on. I really think I've provided enough here that I believe I've proven my case. One thing she wants to keep claiming is that I have illegal firearms and rifles hanging on the wall. She's actually got this as a accusation in court. I even have it recorded the day she came to get her stuff, which was agreed upon to let me see the kids that day, which she was here for roughly an hour, and I got to spend about 15 minutes with my kids. And her mom brought them in the house, and instead of making about, oh, you haven't seen your kids in months, we're going to spend some time with Daddy. No, she brought the kids in the house and immediately went to, come on, kids, let's ransack the house and take more stuff, because what I already sent them, their mom threw away. It was about causing more pain. It's in the recording because I found her older son's BB gun, and I brought it out and gave it to her mom. And she said, "Oh, I got to hurry up and show this to the officer out there," because we had to have an officer on standby, of course. And tell him, and I'm like, "It's not a firearm; it's a BB gun. They're not going to have any concern over it." And then I have this all recorded. I pointed to these two guns on the wall. The top one is my son's Red Ryder BB gun, and the other one is my pellet rifle. Even not allowed to have firearms, these are not illegal for me to have. And I explained all that to her mom, which is in the recording. A few weeks later, she's filing in court that I have illegal firearms and rifles hanging on my walls. Ask any witness, anybody who's ever been in my house, this is all that's ever hung on the wall. I even talked to Chase, one of our sheriffs. Him and I had the conversation. He told me I better keep those guns locked up from her. And I do. She's more of a concern to me than my children. Shouldn't be that way. But then she even tried demanding that she gets my firearms, which are all gone. And I'm not allowed to defend myself. I can't protect my land. I mean, that's part of living in the wilderness is, we have wild animals that come in and kill our animals. So, since I can't protect my land, these predator animals have come in here and killed 2 out of the 3 goats, and I had to give the last one away. It killed my pigs. They came back, and one day I was just getting in the shower one morning, and I hear this banging, and I go out back, and there's a wolf inside my rabbit pen, and it's in there killing my rabbits. Well, I don't have a gun. I can't shoot it, and a lot of times these animals, you don't even have to shoot them. All you do is bang and shoot. Just the sound alone will make them leave, and they won't come back. But I couldn't even do that. Instead, all I could do is throw buckets and shovels at it, and it still continued to go after my animals. It didn't even stop. This is my first actual face-to-face encounter with a wolf, and I'll tell you what. This wolf wasn't... It was like a domesticated dog playing. It was not like vicious growling, snarling. They're bored animals out there trying to play and entertain themselves, and they kill anything that moves. That's part of my problem with the state turning them loose and wanting to turn more of them loose in our state. They've devastated nature here. I've done a video about that, and I will be doing more in the future. But since I couldn't protect my animals and all I could do was throw buckets and shovels at that wolf, it came back that night and killed 5 more of my rabbits. Fortunately, we knew it was coming back, so my neighbor came down here and he shot it. I'm so worried about people watching me, and these people are, her and her attorney are absolutely crooked and go against the law, and laws don't exist, so they do even more. It's part of the problem with court systems empowering mentally ill people who provably commit crimes, but yet empower them to go out and continue doing more. That's completely wrong. It's the opposite of what our system is supposed to do. But that's what they did here, and have done many, many, many times in that court system specifically. So that wolf came back and killed more of my chickens and more of my rabbits. And I can't defend my land. Now, personally, I have no problem with living like that. I much rather live with 4-legged creatures that I'm allowed to do something about rather than 2-legged ones constantly hurting us that I can't. And systems that refuse to do their job and stop the bad people from doing bad things. Again, I wrongfully had my rights taken away from me, so I could not defend myself, protect my lands, and that it's still more animal abuse. She wants to claim that I'm the one abusive to animals when she's the one who's kicked my dog in the head and done all sorts of stuff. But isn't it animal abuse to take all the money, leave your spouse broke, and run off with all the animal feed in the back of your van when you run off, and let those animals sit here and starve with a person who has no way to feed them and does not have any way to financially feed them, and leave them in that position? Isn't that animal abuse? Well, at the time, my dog, and this is the dog that was killed that I'm so hurt and upset about, she was being sought for an eye condition that she has, and she had gone blind. She needed more medication, and I was supposed to be going back that day to go get it after she came home. Look at her eyes. I couldn't go get the medication because I didn't have the money. Her inner eyelids are closed, her eyes are swollen, they're beet red, and she could have gone blind. Fortunately, a friend of mine helped me with that, and I got help with getting her taken care of. But isn't all that animal abuse? Isn't it animal abuse if it's in the protection order? I am not allowed to get rid of any animal. She cared so much about him, it wasn't even, she didn't ask for a single animal or any of it. She left him here. But isn't it animal abuse for a court to order me I'm not allowed for more than a year to get rid of any of those animals that I can't afford to feed? Nope, just let them sit here and starve. You can't give them away, you can't butcher them, you can't do anything with them. Just let them sit there and starve. But this court system, again, doesn't care. This is what it's all supposed to care about. But this court system specifically does not. I mean, I was such a horrible, abusive person to this dog that, again, it's not even in any of her orders that I hurt the dog who just bit our kid in the face. Now, if I'm going to go chase a pig, this piglet that was running around our yard, and it wasn't a piglet. I mean, it was, 4 months old? It had been getting out of the pen. I had electric fence up. For the first winter, the first time in a winter, the electric fence was not shocking him anymore. And I do research, and I didn't know why. I tested the fence, it was still working. Well, come to find out, if the ground freezes and hard enough and gets enough frost on it and snow that they're no longer grounded, the animals are no longer touching the earth, and therefore the shock doesn't go through them. I also found out, and especially with the breed of pigs that we had, they were very fatty pigs, and in the winter they put on more fat, and through those layers of fat they can't feel the shock anymore. So one of the pigs figured that out. And you put food in there, and it would take the food and pull it out and eat it outside the fence to itself, and all the rest of the pigs are lined up at the fence watching it. Even that for weeks, the pig was over in my neighbor's yard, and he'd call me up, hey, I'm pushing it back your way. Well, you can't keep having that, because once the rest of the pigs keep seeing that, they're going to follow lead, and you can't have pigs just running loose. I mean, isn't the wild boar problem a major problem in our country? So you have to do what you have to do. I built a wall around out of pallets. I took pallets, cut them in half, and built a wall. I'm trying to figure out what I could do to keep these animals contained. Can't have them running loose. Can't have them tearing up my neighbor's yards, my neighbor's trash, or even in the wild where they reproduce and cause even more havoc. And this had gone on for weeks. Again, my neighbors can testify to this. It went on for weeks. And I told my wife that I'm going to have to put this pig down and butcher it now, even though I don't want to. And that's what the whole entire 100% purpose of the pigs was us trying to live a sustainable life and raising our own animals and our own food. And I'm going to do a whole nother video just on what I've seen and what I know in my education in the food industry. So that was the whole entire purpose of these pigs, was to be butchered, and that's why we were raising them. It was not full size yet. It was probably 1/2 to 3/4, and I didn't want to butcher it yet, but at the same time, I could not allow this to continue. So after at least 2 weeks of this happening every day, of this pig getting out, and the rest of them watching it, and hadn't figured it out yet, I finally said, we're just going to have to butcher this pig and get this to stop. It's the only way we can get it to stop. I can't, I even talked to my neighbors, does anybody have an idea how I contain these animals? And nobody could come up with something. The ground here freezes so hard you can't do anything with it. So I ended up butchering that pig that day, because I can't allow it to continue. I mean, they just can't. I didn't want to do it, but it had to be done. But in this, I'm the abusive monster. My neighbors can all testify to all of it. We laughed about it. My neighbors weren't upset. My neighbors are amazing here. They're awesome. They're wonderful neighbors. But at the same time, I was feeling bad. They can't not have my animals over there destroying their property. I can't have all these animals learning and getting out, and then all of them are out doing it. Something has to stop it. And I tried many ways to get it to stop to contain. I couldn't contain. So then I did the only thing I had as a final option. We butchered it. And her claim to hitting with the pig with the frying pan, I don't know where that came from. She used to, pigs, when they mate, it's not enjoyable. And when I mean not enjoyable, I don't mean it's not enjoyable like watching two dogs or something like that. They are loud, they're obnoxious, it's but, and you've heard it in the recordings, when she's experiencing these mental states, she doesn't understand and comprehend it properly. So when the pigs are out here squealing and making a bunch of noise and mating, she would have panic attacks and freak out. I mean, just freak out. They're having sex. No, he's hurting her. Listen. And that's pigs. That's what they do. We've been doing this now for 2 years. That's what they do. We've already had 3 litters of pigs. This is how, he's not hurting her. Pigs are loud and they're not enjoyable in that sense. She was the one who'd go in there and kick him and tell me I need to go in there and hit him and get him off of her and he's hurting her. And no, they're mating. That's what mating is. God, Ralph used to love joking and laughing weekly. At least once a week he'd bust a joke about me hitting a pig with a frying pan. Are you cooking dinner? Make sure there's no animals around. He'd always have something. One-liner on that one. I don't know if I got these ones in here. I'm really struggling. And I think I got these in wrong folders, so I'm trying to do the best. The best that I can here. Again, if I am such an abusive man. This was a text message she sent to one of her friends. She killed our kitten in the car door. It was an accident. I don't believe she did it on purpose, but she closed the car door and the kitten was there and she killed it. But I'm such a horrible person that I held that kitten and pet her until she passed away. And I mean, she was shaking and trembling when I picked her up, and as soon as I put her in my arms, she just instantly went to ease. And I just sat there and pet her for, I mean, literally 30 seconds to a minute was all it took, and she passed. I hid the cat from the kids so that they wouldn't see it. And I sat and held my wife. I can't read these. I don't know if it's actually in here. I sat and held my wife while she sat and cried. Why does that look like the same one? I sat and held my wife while she cried over the whole incident. She told everybody how wonderful I was in that situation. But I'm the abusive man who kills and slaughters and abuses animals. Well, people have a lot of problems, and I can understand that in some mentalities, wait, you wanted to butcher animals? Well, let me ask you something. How many of you are vegetarians? Why is it you can go to the store and buy a cut of meat and bring it home and cut it up and eat it, but you can't do the full process? I honestly think more people should do the full process or see it, because then they'd have more respect for what it takes to put that food on the table, and they would I believe more and more people would not take it for granted if they actually knew the processes and where their food came from. Also, I know as a fact that if most people saw the actual facilities and processes that took place in those facilities, they wouldn't be eating that food either. Again, I have a lot of education, and I'll be sharing that later. And here I was the father figure to her daughter. She tells me about how she loved me because I was so giving to other people. again, her pushing more religious stuff on me, and my response is that is almost as beautiful as you. Because I don't show her no attention. I don't talk to her kind. You know, I send her videos to try to cheer her up and make her happy. This is her sending it to her mom that, you know, I put flowers on her windshield and trying to make her happy. She's on the blue side here, talking about my ex-wife again. And I tell her it's not going to ruin my day. On Mother's Day, I, as the terrible father, husband, went and put, and this was all my idea, I just went and did it. And went home and told my wife I did. Hey, I went and bought your mom flowers and put them on her front porch for her. Because I'm the selfish one. Our kids are sick. I told my wife, go to the retreat and go enjoy yourself and have fun, and I will stay home and take care of the kids. But again, I don't do anything to support and help her. Just like telling her, I don't want you to take another job right now. She was collecting unemployment. She had mental breakdown on her last job, a mental breakdown on the job prior to that, quit both of them. And unfortunately, the last job that she had at that time, they were closing their doors, so they were able to lay her off, and she was able to get unemployment. You've already heard, we moved here completely debt-free. One of the pluses to having that court system illegally ruin our lives, and one of which they did was they took her entire bank account, my wife's bank account. My name was not, they were not allowed to do it. It was illegal. And again, I took that to the state of Michigan. They said that was illegal. Can't be done. But they allowed it and did it anyway. But on the positive note, you know, they took $8,000. But my wife at the time, that allowed us to file for bankruptcy. She wrote off over $80,000 in debt. I had no idea the debt that she had. And then found out the day we sold the house and went to transfer that she actually still had liens on the house and owed $7,000 on debt that the attorney, who this is all he's ever done his entire life, was bankruptcy, screwed that all up completely. Even went to court and the judge made us come back because the attorney doesn't know what paperwork he needs to file again. I don't get this. This guy had been nothing but a bankruptcy attorney for decades. And he still don't know what paperwork he was supposed to bring to file. I don't know how. How is this always around me? I feel like it's just a tornado of just garbage around me all the time. How do I hire an attorney that's been a bankruptcy, done nothing but bankruptcy for decades, and still doesn't know what paperwork he needs to file? So he ended up screwing up our whole case there too. Again, got paid tons of money to do it. You know, make $300 an hour to screw people over. When we still went to sell the house, they're still lien. We had to pay off $7,000 because he didn't remove the liens and didn't get those debts taken care of that he was handed and given. So we ended up paying off that $7,000, and it was part of her panic because we lost. That was the money to get us here and get this house remodeled. I mean, it only cost us about $2,000. I did the cheapest I could and found the best deals I could and all the sales that I could, and I traveled hours away to hit stores that had those deals because it was worth it. When I can drive down to Menards, that's 3 hours away, but save $600, that's worth my 3 hours to me. Again, I came here to live a simple life and live simpler, put more time into doing the things that you want and have and need, and quit spending so much time going to work and not spending time with your family and not spending time with your kids, and live a simple life together. Raise my own children and not somebody else. Live debt free and not have that burden on your shoulders that oh my God, I mean, how many people in this country, a majority of them live with the weight of the world on their shoulders because they're living in debt. We were debt free. Everything we owned, bought, and paid for. So we didn't need a ton of money other than getting our house built faster. And when COVID hit, the price of lumber went through the roof. I couldn't foresee that. Nobody could. I know several people that hurt. But you don't blame your spouse for that. I didn't lie to her because we will have, even with her unemployment, we would have been building, and we were getting the materials together. And that's why I was on my phone looking for the best deals and prices and sales and everything else that I could find to make it happen. And it was happening, but again, in her mental state, she can't see it. Stack of lumber's out in the front yard, got that. There's all my framing lumber sitting out in the front yard to build my house. Things were happening, but, and I'm sorry it took an extra year. No, again, nobody could see that coming. Our $10,000 framing and lumber budget went to 90 grand. So you have to wait it out. That's part of life. You don't take it out on your spouse. It wasn't my fault that happened. And the woman's farm that I was working on cleaning up there, she's a retired nurse and saw the pain that I was in and the problems I was having, and she told me I wasn't allowed to come up there and work anymore. Same thing with every job I've ever had since this has happened to me. That's why I started my business and working for myself, because nobody would give me a job and I need to survive. So I started a business. Well, I lost that business when I ended up back in the hospital. Had 2 major surgeries and I was bedridden. I mean, not bedridden because I still forced myself to get up. I'll tell the story about how I woke up from surgery and got up and walked immediately. But I couldn't get up to my shop. I lost tons of tools and I lost my shop, and that's why I stopped making my child support payment, because I lost it all and they took our bank accounts because of it. It wasn't because I was out fooling around and doing, no, I was in a hospital bed having multiple major surgeries that I almost died from. But this court system don't care. We're just going to hurt you even more. After my daughter was born a week later, we come home from the hospital to find out there's no money. We can't go buy diapers. We can't go buy anything to take care of our children because this court seized our bank accounts. They can't do it, but they did it anyway. And that was part of the big downfall to my marriage, and where my marriage really started going downhill. Again, I blame the system because they didn't do their job, none of them, and they destroyed my life, my children's lives, and ruined my marriage over it. Not necessarily entirely, because the mental illness that she suffers from probably would have done it to begin with. But who would ever know? I mean, again, you don't do bad things. You do bad things, then that's why we have right and wrong. And again, I don't understand how, and she knows all this about me. I stand up and defend people who are helpless, including women and children who are being abused by men. She knows all of this about me. And that's part of why she's using all the things she's doing now to twist around to hurt me even more. I gave up college football because of what happened with the whole deal about the coach and abusing his wife, cheating on his wife, even bringing women home and having sex with them right in their house with their children present and the wife in the home. The drugs and all of the stuff he was doing. And a coach who has mental illness and can't remember any of that stuff happening, even though he remembered to delete all the evidence, and he's smart enough to make millions of dollars being one of the best football coaches, but he doesn't remember all the abuse. I can't support that, and I refuse. Over a woman and a child I'll never meet in my entire life. But the reason this stuff continues happening is because people continue supporting it. You support it by watching it. I see a woman with an Ohio State shirt on, and I question, how can you wear that shirt, woman? Again, you want to care, women have the right to defend women's rights and all of that. But how can you defend women's rights when you just supported a school who just literally peed on them? That's the man I am. And she loves me for it one minute and hates me for it another. No, I was, it was back in the 90s? 20-some years, 30 years ago, I hit the mainstream media about Nike and their practices of paying children to make their shoes. Millionaires making millions, paying millionaires millions to endorse because people are stupid and want to be like Mike, because he's such a great guy. I mean, I can't say he's not. I don't know him. But at the same time, that's wrong. I've never owned a pair of Nikes in my entire life, and if I found that out about a pair of shoes that I'm wearing right now, my shoes are going in the garbage, and even broke as I am, I'll find another one because I cannot do things that do not feel moral to me. I stand up for what's right and wrong every time. Or at least what I feel in my heart is right and wrong. So what does all this do in the end? The very following week after the judge found me, guilty and her to be the victim, even though I undeniably proved my case, it allowed her to go out in the very following week start committing more crimes against me. I have state benefits to help me with my health and medical conditions and a food card. We did when she was here even. So the very following week, and this is documented by the state of Michigan, she canceled my benefits. Did not cancel hers, did not cancel the kids, canceled mine. Because in that court the prior week, I told them how I'm seeking help. I have counselors. How the abused women's shelter is actually on my side now because I proved her wrong. They were already talking to me before they were talking to her, but instead, now somehow her and her attorney got that woman fired. Because, you're not supposed to help victims. It's only about women. That's wrong. It's about children in the end and victims. 2 days after I fixed all my accounts with the state of Michigan, she went back in and changed all of my contact information to her contact information. So all my mail, my cards, all my stuff went to her house and not to me. Not our kids, not hers. She's even stated in text message, even as of recently, she didn't know the kids still had that. Well, you should have known because you accessed those accounts and changed all mine. Why didn't you notice that yours and the kids were still there? What else did it allow her to do? It also allowed her to interfere with my Social Security disability claim. Now, I've already talked to Social Security Department about this. I even talked to 2 Social Security attorneys about this. I gotta find this here. I really wish I could be better at this. Oh, here's no, that's just more, I don't know. So I had that very following week I had 2 appointments scheduled with Social Security disability and doctors to get evaluations. The very following week after that court date, I received a letter from the Social Security Department that they canceled my appointments and I'm no longer being seen by the doctors, that they canceled all my appointments to get evaluated and immediately and automatically denied me. Now, I have the documents to show this. The office that it came from is right down the street from her house. You can see here in a different state even. Now, when I talked to the Social Security Department and the attorneys, the decision should have been made from the office in which I applied, and especially not to a different state. So, you cannot tell me she did not go into that office and interfere with it. Again, this helps her because she's trying right now. We go to court day after tomorrow, and she's trying to take me to court for child support. Because, when you withhold, she deserves to get paid from keeping my kids from me. That's wrong. Give me those kids. I won't ask her for a penny. I'll take care of them. I don't want nothing from her. Give me my kids. That's not good enough for a woman, though. A woman wants everything she can get. So, another Social Security office in a different state that should not have made the decision, right down, here's the map of how far away from it is, her house that is. They're the ones who made that decision and canceled all my appointments and immediately denied me. Now, I filed for a reconsideration, and guess what? I just talked to the Social Security Department last week. All of my contact information, once again, was changed to another address in a different state. It wasn't like that. I got that all cleared up before. I was starting to get my mail again from them, these appointments that that I need to attend, and the contacts that, the contact with and communication with the Social Security Administration. Just last week I find out the reason I haven't been getting my mail again, after I got everything back up and going again, got these doctor's appointments rescheduled. I called to find out because it's been months since I've heard from them, and I'm waiting to get into these doctors and get this process because I desperately need an income. I said, I haven't received anything yet. Well, is this your address? No, that's not my address. It's another address in another state that is not me. How does this keep getting mixed up? Well, again, I have somebody who's interfering with it all. But she's so deathly afraid of her abusive husband. She's going to keep interfering with his life, keep causing problems, and that's why she wants the protection order. If I lose my mind and break, then it's going to be all blamed on me. Well, guess what? That's not the man that I am. This is the man I am. I'm bringing the story to you to ask you for help. So when a court system supports and empowers a mentally ill person, a person who commits crimes, provably commits crimes, abusive to children, abusive to people, it empowers them to go out and still continue to create more crimes, and she is still doing it over and over and over. One of the problems I have, and maybe I should talk about this in the divorce so I can wrap this up, taxes. I have the tax information from the IRS. She always did our taxes, and which kind of scares me now because she has been found of tax fraud in the past, which I did not know about until the last year that she was here. She is the one who's taken care of our taxes since we have been together for the past 8 years. Well, she filed joint and put our tax return together. We were supposed to be getting back something like $12,000. The state had already validated that we had filed a joint return. The state cannot accept it until the IRS has accepted it and approved it to be a joint return. You cannot file joint in the state. I have the paperwork showing all of that happened. But where did the money go? My attorney never found out. He could care less. I got nothing from my attorney out of all this. Again, I'm going to bring that up in my divorce video. So, either she went and refiled again single, which is illegal. She cannot do it. I've already talked to a private accountant. I've even talked to H&R Block. You are not allowed to change that once it has been submitted and accepted by the IRS, and especially by the state. That shows the next level of acceptance. This was supposed to be going to pay off my child support arrearages. I've called the IRS twice now. Talked to a woman and I talked to a man. And neither of them would tell me anything about my case, where that money went, or how anything that happened. They told me all you can do is go online and request the documents. So I did, and what I have and what I received, all it states is that she filed. They accepted the return. The state accepted the return, but she testified in court that that's not what happened. I don't even today know what happened. So I worked in that time period, and I can be found guilty of tax fraud because of her actions. According to both the accountants that I had talked to, they said if she refiled, that is tax fraud. She's legally not allowed to. Once it's been accepted by the IRS and the state, you cannot refile and change your single and joint. So, if she did refile and put my name anywhere on those papers that she refiled, I am automatically liable for tax fraud. If she did refile and I need to file my old taxes, I will automatically be found guilty for tax fraud because that was already accepted by the IRS and the state, and I cannot refile, and that will be tax fraud on me. So no matter what, I'm stuck in tax fraud, or she got away with a ton of money again. This is wrong. But again, this is a woman who's so scared of her abusive husband. I think I've more than approved in this video that it was the complete opposite. But yet, this is what a court system supports. Allows my children to still continue to be abused today. And I'm going to show you in many ways how my children are still being abused today and the effects that it has had on them, because I can prove it in my next videos. So I think I'm going to wrap this one up and get this aired. This is probably a couple hours long. I've had to do it in segments, and I don't know. And I pray to God that people will sit and watch this. But this proves, I mean, you can't deny it. Do I sound like the one who is abusive? Do I sound like the ones the kids are afraid of? No, everything she said in that order is her. Lying under oath in court and falsifying court documents is punishable up to 14 years. She's done it so many times that just in those alone she would be facing life in prison. But since she's a woman doing it, it's okay, right? What am I supposed to learn and take from all this? Well, hopefully I can stand up and fight and you will help me. And I won't have to worry about where my head goes from here because I know so many men who have lost it. I have a friend right down the street. He's 72 years old. When he went through his divorce, his wife took off and went 800 miles south and took their son, and the court allowed it. At the time, their son was still in high school. He was fit, he was active, he had good grades. And after they left, and she took him away from him, took the boy away from his dad, and the depression that kid went through, he dropped out of high school at 450 pounds. This kid now is in his 30s. He has no job. He's never had a job. He lives under his mom's roof. And all he does is sit in front of a TV and eat all day long because of the depression he suffered from all this. 450 pounds. That's wrong. And these systems should not allow this to continue. My best friend Ralph, my God, I'll be telling a story about his ex-wife and his daughter that just is I'm truly blown away and shocked by what I saw. And how terrible of a situation his daughter is in now because of the exact same thing. Well, I might as well just tell it here. So after Ralph passed away, I knew his situation and what he had told me about his ex-wife and his daughter. But this is the one time you cross those lines. So I went over to his ex-wife's house and knocked on the door. Wanted to let her know that, her daughter know that her dad had passed. And I was in charge of the funeral, and I was trying to get all the arrangements made and contact family and all that I had to do over those weeks. He was my best friend. We spent every day together. I still, just a few days ago, had another one of his family members who I haven't talked to and got a hold of my number and found out mine and his relationship and just reached out to me last week, and we're supposed to be getting together within the next week to sit down and discuss it. So I was so scared. I should have never walked in that woman's house. She invited me in, so I came in. Told her about what was going on. She absolutely just falsely demonized that man right in front of his daughter. Talked about how he used to molest girls and abuse women, and he was the one doing coke all over town and stole all the money from his sister. We live in a small town. Our whole city knows the story. They watched it. His sister was the one who stole the money from him and was doing lines of coke off the bar in town. And everybody knows it. Everybody watched it. But yet his ex-wife, and she did this right in front of her daughter. And I was stuck in that house. I spent an hour and a half trying to walk out the door, and she wouldn't let me. She just kept going on defiling that man falsely. I know it because I knew that man better than anybody. I spent every day of my life with him. At 72 years old, he clocked a man in the jaw for hitting a woman. But yet, he's the one who abuses women. At 72, he laid the guy down. Guy hit his daughter. And he hit him in... Go Ralph. He hit him right back in the jaw. You don't hit a woman. His daughter ended up killing him. What a sad, sad story. Terrible, terrible, tragic story that was. And I'll talk more about it in the future because the case is still going. And oh my God, the things I'm going to tell you're not even going to believe through this. But that was the man who abused women, right? A man who stood up for, just like me, a man who stood up for abused women. And what that brainwashing did to his daughter is in her, 33, I believe she is right now, has never had a job, still lives under her mom's roof. You drive by their house. When I took my ex-wife by their house and said that's where they live, she goes, somebody actually lives in that house. That house looks vacant. It's absolutely overgrown, run down, and when I went in her house, the inside of the house doesn't look any better at all than the outside does. No windows, no curtains are ever opened in that house. I drive by it on a daily basis. Never, ever, ever is there a door, a window, or even as much of as a curtain opened. That's a shoo-in. That's not healthy and safe for a child. That's not how you raise a child. And then to sit there and provably falsely defile the father in front of that girl. I understand why that girl didn't talk to her dad for more than 10 years. And I feel terrible for her. That's just absolutely horrendous. But yet the system supported that. Another terrible, terrible situation because people don't do their job. And we wonder why the world's going to hell. It starts with the system, in my opinion. And maybe it starts with us to force the system to start doing their job. Maybe that's actually where it starts, and that's, I guess, why I'm here, because it's up to us. The system should already be smart enough and educated enough and valued enough that it should have already done it on its own and never got to this point. So, I don't know what more to say right now. I'm going to get this out, put together, and just air it. I've got a few more videos coming. They're going to be much shorter than this one. This was the big one that I have a ton of evidence. It undeniably proves that she was the abusive one. She was the one abusing me and the children. You hear it repeatedly. You hit me. I don't ever treat you like that. You hear nothing from her. There is no defense because she can't defend it. She knows it's true. She's the one who is abusive, not me. I proved it to a court, and the court said we don't care. And took my rights away as a father, as a national law-abiding citizen and constitutional American. Took my rights away from me for 2 years and my children, and allowed them to be totally in control of this abusive person who has a lifelong documented history of abusing. I can prove it all, only I can't put it all out right now because, again, you can only show your cards, so many cards right now. Got to save the rest of them for the big fight, and hopefully that day comes. And I'm asking you to help me push for that. Help support me in both my channels. Like I said, here I'm asking, I need to get back on my feet, and I desperately need money. It's going to take me some time probably to build up my other channel. That takes time to build up these channels, but please support me in my other channel. Watch Win Reviews. Again, I want to share the gift that I was given with you. I want to review these, share my knowledge, and I want to raffle these off for people to receive these items. I think it would be a great for all of us. I have a great deal of knowledge I want to share with people, and things that I want to share to educate people, so that part of the problem in this world, I mean, people have electronics do all their thinking for them, and I'll do another video down the road about all of that stuff. People forgot how to think for themselves in a lot of instances. Please help support me. I'm a very good man. You go to any, like I said, put my face out on an Amber Alert. You bring forward anybody who says that I'm a bad person. The only people who are ever going to say it are bad people that I defended innocent people against. And I pray to God that the people that I helped will come out of the woodwork and say, that man is one of the greatest men I've ever met. He did more for me than I could have ever asked. I put my life and almost lost my life and still continue putting my life on the line, defending and protecting abused women, abused children, and even abused animals. And I still do it today. And I fear the repercussions because if somebody comes after me, I mean, I definitely, when I had my kids, I kept my mouth shut because I can't put them in that situation, but now I'm alone. I worry, I put my kids above myself. But I should have the right to defend and protect myself. I should have the right to defend and protect my lands. If I am such a crazy abusive monster, after I was beaten and tortured for an entire night, a couple days after I got out of the hospital, a man I did not know tried climbing through my bedroom window and come after me in the middle of the night. I pulled a gun and put it to his face. I did not pull the trigger. If there was any time in my life that I was going to pull a trigger, and even in a wrongful situation, which that wasn't necessarily wrong, even though he backed back out of the window and left, if he would have been backing out of the window and left, I would have shot him, that would have been wrong. If he would have made it into the room and I would have shot him, that would have been right. I didn't. And even in the mental state I was after being beaten and tortured for an entire night and just getting out of the hospital, I still didn't pull the trigger and shoot him. Because I was not at that point where I felt threatened even after all of that. I didn't feel threatened to the point where my life was in immediate, right now, risk. He still only had half his body through the window. I still didn't pull the trigger and shoot him. And if there was any time in my life that I may have, I'll say, wrongfully shot somebody, that would have been it right there. I have, unfortunately, had to pull a gun several times in my life to protect people. One of which was one of my old neighbors. She had this thing with wild guys, and she brought home this guy who, they came home from a bar one night, and he's screaming and yelling and cussing and threatening to beat her up. My neighbor pops out or my roommate, we were in separate areas of the house and didn't even know one another were hearing it. He pops out the side door with a pistol, and I popped out the back door with a shotgun. And told him, you better get out of here and leave her alone. Don't you lay a hand on that woman. People want to blame guns. It's not guns, it's society. It's our systems. And it's not hard to figure out how to fix this. It really isn't. Yeah, it'll take work. It'll take the people in control to get themselves in control or out of the seats that they're in, who are abusing their position completely, 100% abusing it. It's wrong. So I'm gonna wrap this video up now and get this out. I pray to God, please help support me, help me fight for my children. If these recordings alone weren't enough to see what my kids go through, to see what I've been through, I don't know what more I could do to even possibly prove it other than the rest of the evidence that I can't show right now. And it undeniably proves a lifelong documented history of abusing, verbally, physically, men and women, or men and children, cheating on every man she's been with, psych wards, mental institutes. It's all documented. And I have it. Now, going public with this, and if people don't step up and people don't support me and people don't protect me right now, I'm worried about the repercussions of even doing this, which has been part of why it's been so hard to get this story out there. Because when this hits and she hears it, is somebody going to come after me? I guarantee you she will go into a mental state, and there's a very good possibility of her harming our children before we can get them out of there. But nobody wants to do it. So I have no other choice. I have to do this. It's been part of why I've been dreading it, because I'm fearful that she's going to hurt those kids before anybody stops this. I'm worried about these people coming and hurting me, and I'm not allowed to defend myself. So I'm asking you, please help me fight this. Please help support me. Please pray. I need all that I can get. And so do my kids.